101 was blocked. The weather is getting colder and colder. Mr. Tanaka, who rarely takes a vacation, got up a little late today, so he didn't want to cook today, so he ordered a takeout directly. Just order Ichiraku ramen. It's winter, and I want to drink some hot soup. And it's not far from here. It should be here in about 20 minutes. As for within 10 minutes. It must be delivered by the god of takeout Mr. Dai and his son Mr. Kai. The rest basically within half an hour. After Mr. Tanaka ordered the takeout, he threw his mobile phone aside, sat lazily under the kotetsu, turned on the TV, and prepared to watch TV. Today is a rare holiday. I must enjoy it. So, he decided to stay at home today. It happened that the virtual reality game of Fuya Group was sold the day before yesterday. As a senior game geek who has been single for 30 years and stayed at home, he must have bought it. It's just that it was sold a little late. If you calculate the time, it will probably arrive this afternoon. Mr. Tanaka pondered for a moment, with expectation in his eyes. In this case, I will definitely be able to play the game in the afternoon. It's really exciting. In the past few days, there have been news about this game on the internet. I heard that the game is very real and completely immersive, which makes you feel the same. Moreover, it is modified from the original Ninja Legend game, and it pays more attention to experience. At the same time, 2 extremely intelligent ultimate bosses are added. Of course, it's just information now. Most players are still at a low level and don't know what the boss is like. They just watched it from the live broadcast of the blonde boy anchor at that time. But it's still quite exciting. Immersive game. It's only been 8 minutes. Mr. Tanaka took the phone beside him, took a look, and said helplessly, I'm a little hungry. But it will probably take about 10 minutes to deliver. Thinking of this, he was about to continue to curl up lazily and wait on the table. The phone rang. Hello? Who is it? Just when he was confused, a low voice came from the other side, your takeaway has arrived. Mr. Tanaka was stunned and looked at his phone. Isn't it only 9 minutes? How come it was delivered so quickly today? Could it be? I'm so lucky that I met the takeaway god. Thinking of this, he stood up from the kotetsu with excitement. Feeling the cold outside, he shivered uncontrollably and quickly walked towards the entrance. But why didn't the takeaway god ring the doorbell today? But after thinking for a while, he ignored it and opened the door directly. Thank you, my takeaway. He didn't finish his words. He blinked and looked at the empty corridor. Because this is Kanaha's single apartment, it is 5 stories high and he lives on the 5th floor. He stuck his head out again in confusion and looked around. However, he still didn't see any figure. A cold wind blew. Hey! Mr. Tanaka shuddered again, quickly closed the door, and muttered angrily, why don't I see any figure? Is it possible that he needs to go downstairs to get it today? Thinking of this, he dialed the phone directly, please. Please send it up. Do you still need to send it up? Isn't this nonsense? Are you delivering takeaways on your first day? This is indeed my first day delivering takeaways. Hearing the words on the other end of the phone, Mr. Tanaka was slightly stunned, but his anger was also slightly relieved. Another newcomer? It's just that it can be delivered so quickly? He sighed, it seems that a supernova has slowly risen in the food delivery industry. When he finished speaking, just as he was about to ask the food delivery man to deliver it, the other end of the phone said, I know. After a slight pause, another low voice came, open the balcony door. Why open the window at this time? Is this guy going to throw it up? But Mr. Tanaka, who was puzzled, still walked to the balcony, opened the balcony door, and said, I have called. Before he finished speaking, Suzano. The phone was filled with the deep voice of the delivery man came. Mr. Tanaka looked at the purple giant in front of him with a confused face, and his whole body trembled. The mobile phone in his hand fell to the ground. Hit, hit, hit. He was still repeating what he had just said. This is... What's going on? Before he could react, a pair of huge purple hands reached out, and between the index finger and thumb of the giant hand, there was a well-packaged takeaway with Ichiraku ramen written on it. It looked particularly small in the huge hand. Your takeaway has been delivered by me. Remember to give it a 5-star rating. Okay. Just as Mr. Tanaka stupidly took the takeaway and stared blankly at the giant who had disappeared in front of him, there was only a cool back figure that jumped up from the air and disappeared from his sight. That was the Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. Hiss! Sending takeaway like this? It was so terrifying. He couldn't help but gasp. At this moment, the ramen in his hand fell straight down when he wasn't paying attention. Fuck! At the same time, countless Uchiha Madara deliverymen were active in the sky of Konoha. Your takeout. Remember to give a good review. Otherwise, I'll kill you. The soup spilled? What does it have to do with me? Sign for it quickly. You're so lazy at such a young age. 5-star review. Come and go without a trace. Opening Susanna from time to time, this chic back scares a lot of people. It's fast. It's just too easy to spill. However, on the first day of delivering food, Uchiha Madara didn't know these things. He only knew that he just had to deliver the food to the customer and then remind him to give a 5-star review. What a pity. You know, delivering food is not that simple. Even Mighty, the god of food, worked hard to deliver food at high speed without letting go. Finally, he mastered it, delivering food upside down with 7 doors open to the extreme without letting go. How could Uchiha Madara, who has returned and has been bickering with Senju Hashirama, understand this? But this data is still quite scary. Fuyu Takeaway Konoha branch. At this time, countless takeaway drivers who were resting were shocked to see the ranking of takeaway drivers on their mobile phones. A name on the ranking list was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, soaring up crazily, from outside the top 100 to within the top 100 in an instant, and it never stopped for a moment and continued to rush up. Within the top 50. Within the top 30. Within the top 10. Within the top 5. This guy. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at the ranking of takeaway drivers on their mobile phones with disbelief. Are you risking your life to deliver food? Don't let the money you earn not be enough to pay for medical expenses. Almost. 1 day. This is the amount of 1 day alone. Can he beat the food delivered by Mr. Dai, the god of food delivery? I thought Mr. Dai was invincible in delivering food, but I didn't expect that there was someone who was braver than him. This is youth. Even Might Dai, who came back to take a break and then went to deliver food, noticed it. But he was not nervous or anxious. Instead, he looked at the ranking that kept rising with fighting spirit. I can't wait. Come on. Let's have a youth duel. Speaking of this, he took a deep breath again with a serious look. It seems that I can't rest. Might Dai, who was originally going to rest, stood up again. Under the admiration of everyone, he was about to open the 7 doors to go out. Suddenly. Hey? Why is his ranking gone? It's the same here. Did it drop? No. There's no one outside the top 100. What's going on? Everyone started discussing again, looking at the ranking list with a puzzled look, but as expected they didn't find that ranking. At this time. Don't look anymore. The branch manager put down his phone with a strange look on his face, looking at Might Dai, who also stopped his action in confusion. Mr. Dai, you don't have to come to a youth duel. Ah? Why? That guy has too many bad reviews, many customers come to complain, refund money. Now his account has been blocked and he is forbidden to deliver food. 102 I'll go and get it myself. Uchiha Madara looked at his phone, especially the message on it that he had been banned. Suddenly, the whole person was stunned. Someone actually dared to block his account as the Shura of the ninja world? Ridiculous. Do you think he is easy to bully? As expected, it must be his delivery speed that scared those stupid guys, so everyone was scared and had to ban his account. What a pity. Except for Hashirama, no one can defeat him. So, without any hesitation, Uchiha Madara directly dialed the regional administrator number that Suzuki taught him when he applied for a deliveryman last time. After a while, the call was connected. Hello? Hello, what can I do? Before the administrator on the other side finished speaking, Madara snorted coldly and said lightly, "Give you 1 minute. Hurry up and restore my account." Who are you? Uchiha will definitely win. This familiar name. Isn't it the one whose account was just blocked? The administrator on the other side immediately understood who this was. He said helplessly, "Because of more than 90% of the negative reviews, the platform has blocked your account. You can only appeal and restore it after 3 days. 3 days? Are you delaying me from making money? Do you know what will happen after 3 days? Sorry. This is the rule. It can only be 3 days later, and you need to write a letter of guarantee here." Letter of guarantee? Madara was slightly stunned, frowned, and looked unhappy. So troublesome? Forget it. I quit. I'm going to deliver a courier, and quickly settle today's salary. Your salary? Sorry, because the negative review rate and the platform refund rate are too high, so... So what? All the salary was deducted. Ban was stunned, standing there holding the phone in his hand. After a while, with a gloomy face, his tone seemed to be filled with anger, "I have been delivering the goods since early morning, without stopping for a moment, and working for 5 or 6 hours, but I don't get a penny. Boy! Who are you to Orochimaru? How come you are as evil as that guy Orochimaru? Sorry. This is the rule. Really not giving it. Sorry. I have deducted it. Ridiculous." Ban snorted coldly, "In that case, I will go and get it myself." After saying that, without waiting for a reply from the other party, he hung up the phone directly. Then, with a cold look on his face, he turned his head and looked into the distance, exuding a terrifying aura all over his body, and then the whole person disappeared directly on the spot. Today's weather is even colder. Fuyu couldn't help but shiver, and the whole person shrank, not wanting to move at all, tilting his head to look at the situation of the virtual reality game that Fuyu Group had just launched today. Very good. Even in the past few days, it has been rising continuously, without stopping for a moment. Maybe the weather is too cold, everyone would rather stay at home and play games instead of running around. That's right. Even at this time, he didn't want to move. Fuyu sighed with emotion, and then was about to put the phone aside and have a good rest. Suddenly, the phone rang. Surprised. Who would call him in this winter? But he still quickly answered the phone, looking listless, and said, "Hello? Who? Oh, is this Fuyu Takeaway Konoha branch? Is there something wrong? Oh?" At this time, the voice was raised, and it seemed to be quite spirited, with a puzzled tone. "Someone is still asking for salary at this time? How come I didn't know that the Konoha branch was so corrupt? Even the takeaway workers' wages are not paid? Pay them quickly. Are you not going to give them a New Year's gift? You are affecting the company's image." However, after a while, Fuyu was stunned again. "Did you just start working today?" Because the rate of bad reviews and return orders was too high, many customers came to complain, so all the money was deducted. This guy actually dared to ask for salary? Is he here to make trouble? Don't you know who the Fuya group belongs to? Hurry up and let him go, and if you think it's inappropriate, let him find the fourth Hokage. Really? On your first day at work, you ruined your boss's business, and you still want a salary? How can it be so beautiful? How do these guys do their work? Just drive away these malicious troublemakers. However, just when Fuya was about to turn off his phone, a wailing sound came from the other side. Boss! Come over! We can't stop him. He's blocking the door. So arrogant. Fuya was stunned and said puzzledly, you so many people can't be driven away, it's too embarrassing. There's no way. He opened Susanoo to block the door. Mr. Dai was afraid of causing trouble and didn't dare to do anything, so he could only trouble the boss. After the words fell, Fuya was silent, looked at his phone, and then picked his ears again. Then looked at the phone again, picked his ears again, repeated it 3 times, with a face like "Are you kidding me?" and said again, "What did you say? Open what?" Susanoo. Boss. Boss. What's wrong? Who is blocking the door? The Shura of the ninja world. The one who fought in the village a while ago. Uchiha Madara. Doesn't the boss know? I know. It's a bit weird. After calculation. In the end, after deducting the fine and the refund, plus the collection of your takeaway clothes, there is about 154 taels left. This is your salary. There was silence all around, but seeing Madara take the salary with a calm face, he was relieved. At least it seemed that the matter should be resolved. Minato, who came to deal with the matter personally, was also relieved. Then he smiled and said, "This guy Fuya is really something. How can we only give Madara-sama so little money? You should know how much contribution Madara-sama has made to Konoha through the projects he built. Otherwise the village should also contribute a little." After the words fell, Madara turned his head away indifferently, glanced at Minato, lowered his head again, put away his salary, and said expressionlessly, "Do you think I'm a beggar?" "No. I haven't." Minato shook his head quickly and said seriously, "I am just grateful for what Lord Madara has done for Konoha in the past. I have nothing to do with Konoha." Madara snorted coldly and stood up directly. He is not unreasonable. As a ninja, it is normal to refund the mission failure, but just now I was busy all day, not only was my account blocked, but my salary was also deducted. I immediately thought of the black-hearted Orochimaru, so I was angry. And he is not wrong. These black-hearted guys didn't even want to give him 154 taels. Too black. Now that I have received my salary, I should look for other jobs next. Uchiha Madara. I must not lose. After walking a few steps, he seemed to remember something, turned his head and looked at the 4th generation behind him. What is that idiot Hashirama doing now? The 1st generation? Minato was slightly stunned, but after thinking for a while, he still said with a smile, "Because the Senjua Park needs to be built, it happens that the 1st generation can use wood release, so the village hired the 1st generation to help, and he is working on the Senjua clan's land." At this point, seeing Madara with a gloomy face and eyelids raised, he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, "I remember that Madara also knows wood release. It just so happens that the project here in the village is also very tight. I wonder if it can be. Of course, the village provides meals and wages, we are hiring with high salaries and have no other intentions. If you don't want to, it doesn't matter." After the words fell, Madara pondered slightly, who has a higher salary, me or Hashirama? One the same. We will definitely give a satisfactory reward here. Okay. Madara nodded as if satisfied, and said lightly, "I'll go and see later." After saying that, without paying any attention to what Minato wanted to say, he turned around and left. After seeing this, Minato also gave a helpless smile. If it wasn't for Fuyu's call, he wouldn't have known that the Shura of the ninja world came to deliver food, and he was fired on the first day of work. What a twist of fate! With a sigh, he shook his head and looked outside the door. Tell them to be more careful later, and let them make way if they can. Don't let any more accidents happen. The two great masters are over there. It's probably not easy over there. This time, I'll give you a little more pay. Then he smiled and nodded to the delivery manager behind him, and disappeared with melancholy on the spot. 103 Go and invite the fourth generation. The other side. Time moved forward a little. After Madara got up to deliver the food, Hashirama got up slowly. After all, his workplace was not far away, just next door, so he didn't have to get up so early. Although he had lived in the clan for so many years, the land was suddenly sold by his granddaughter, but after knowing that the clan land of the Senjua clan would be built into the Senjua Park by the village to bring happiness to the villagers, Senjua Hashirama was still a little relieved in his melancholy. After all, people have been dead for so many years, and there are only a few people left in the Senjua clan. What else can they do now? The completion of the Senjua Park can be regarded as Konoha's recognition of the Senjua clan. And this is the Senjua Park that will be built by him, Senjua Hashirama himself. Then I'll leave it to you today. Shode-sama. Leave it to me. Hearing the words of the project leader of the Senjua Park, Yukino Shinto, Senjua Hashirama also patted his chest happily and said, I am quite experienced in building houses. When Konoha was just established, many houses were built with my help. The contribution of Shode-sama, Konoha has not forgotten it to this day. Yukino Shinto nodded with a smile, then took out the construction drawing of this project and said, This is the construction drawing of Senjua Park, please take a look, Master Shode. To be honest, if he had a choice, he actually wanted to turn down the project leader. Although Master Shode was indeed his idol and the person he admired the most, many people knew about the troubles in the village during this period. So, he always had a feeling in his heart the construction project of Senjua Park might, perhaps, probably, have an accident. At this time, Senjua Hashirama frowned and looked at the construction drawing in front of him, looking left and right, and said solemnly, This construction drawing. Before he finished speaking. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Yukino Shinto suddenly became nervous and said quickly, If there is any problem, please let me know, Master Shode. Ha ha ha, no problem. No problem. Senjua Hashirama laughed embarrassedly and scratched his head, It's just I don't understand it a little bit. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that the construction drawings in the ninja world are so complicated now. Is that all? I thought there was going to be another problem. Yukino Shinto breathed a sigh of relief, smiled awkwardly, and then looked at the first generation Hokage, It's okay. We will explain it later. Don't worry. That's good. Please. This job is very important to me. My pleasure. After saying that, he glanced at the first generation Hokage again and hesitated for a moment. Does the first generation need to rest first? No. No. Finish the work quickly, and then get the salary. Senjua Hashirama laughed, I can't wait to get the salary, and I don't know how Madara is doing now. Is that so? He didn't mind the project being a little slower, as long as it could be completed smoothly by then, but since the first generation said so, and he could only accept it. He shouted to the ninjas who were assigned to him, Start working now. Yes. Then, all the ninjas began to move and clean up the ruins on the Senjua clan's land. When they saw this, the Senjua clan's land, which was so large in the past, was now a ruin, with only a small house standing. Many ninjas immediately sighed in admiration for the battle between the first generation and Madara. Terrible. They are worthy of being the god of the ninja world and the Shura of the ninja world. But they still worked seriously. After all, they were working with the first generation of Hokage now, so how could they be lazy? On the other side, Hashirama Senju also started working, but he thought about it. He did not directly use the tree world advent or the woodman technique, but simply used wood release to help clean up the garbage on the ruins. Looking at everything that was familiar in the past, now it has become a ruin. I still feel a little emotional. After all, this was his former home. How could there be nothing under the ruins? Could Tsunade have sold all the things in the house? Thinking of when I was in Orochimaru's factory, I heard that Tsunade was short of money, but I didn't expect that Tsunade was so short of money. Just think of it as my last gift to you. Senju Hashirama sighed in his heart, this is what I should do. After the words fell, his expression condensed, and the strength of his hands increased a little. Yukino Shinto, who was standing by, saw that the things he thought did not happen, and the first generation Hokage was working very hard, and he was relieved in his heart. Sure enough, the first generation is the first generation, and he will never let down his chain when it comes to work. Soon, the work in the morning was also completed, and it was time to rest. Yukino Shinto began to let the engineering team rest and prepare for lunch. Hehe, it's still comfortable to work here. Senju Hashirama also got his lunch and squatted beside the construction site to eat. I don't know how Madara is doing now. Originally, Madara asked him to go with him to deliver food to see who can deliver faster, but thinking of the former clan land of the Senju clan, he still chose to stay at the construction site, just as he, the former head of the Senju clan, would take a look at this place in the end. Looking at the Senju clan land that had been almost cleaned up in front of him, he sighed again, then lowered his head and prepared to continue eating lunch. Pa pa pa. Yukino Shinto came over with a smile and clapped his hands. Everyone come here. Another partner will join us in the afternoon. However, that smile seemed to be a little reluctant. No way. The fourth generation called specifically, how could he refuse? And the Shura of the ninja world. Who dares to refuse easily? He sighed inwardly, still smiling on his face. Welcome everyone now. I hope that we can continue to cooperate well in the next work. After saying that, everyone also noticed the figure next to Captain Ueno. Suddenly, everyone fell silent, looking at the figure with strange expressions. The first generation and Madara came together to move bricks. Madara, you are here too. Hashirama, who was squatting to eat his lunch box, was stunned, and then stood up with a happy smile. Why are you here too? Did you fail to deliver the takeaway? Humph. Seeing Hashirama, who was covered in dust and squatting to eat, Madara snorted coldly and said lightly, how can I fail if I personally do it? I have already received my salary. How amazing! I got my salary so quickly. I haven't received it yet. Hashirama exclaimed, but he was not jealous, and still said happily, it seems that I have to work hard too. Speaking of this, watching the spot curious, how much salary did you pay this time? What happened? Do you want to come and work? Said when he was full. The two ninja legends squatted on the construction site to eat bento. The knot was also a booing in the heart, but at least now there is no problem. I must have thought too much. I thought too much. They are legends in the ninja world. They will definitely carry out the mission well. And with the participation of the God of Ninja World and the Shura of Ninja World, I believe that with the help of the first generation and Madara, once this Senju Park succeeds, it will definitely be extraordinary. However, he didn't know. I was actually not wrong. These two people get together, they always work, and then they start to do something else. Afternoon. Not long after the work started. Madara, I told you that you were wrong. Put these here. It's not me who's wrong. It's you. Hashirama. You big white stupid. Madara. Hashirama. The surroundings began to shake, and the floor that was compacted in the morning began to crack. In the whistling cold wind, all the ninjas shivered as they looked at the two people in front of them who were looking at each other and the giant shadow behind them. Why are they arguing about where to put a brick? Can't they put them together? Quickly turned his head to look at Captain Yukino, whose face was green and blue, and hesitated for a moment. Captain, what should we do now? What should we do? Quick! Quick! Go to the Hokage building to invite the fourth generation. Sure enough. These two guys shouldn't be together. 104 Boycott. Wasn't Senju Park under construction a few days ago? Why did it stop again these days? Maybe it's too cold, let's take a few days off. Hearing Ling Yan's words, Fuyu yawned, then raised his eyelids and said with a strange look on his face, after all, why build a house in the middle of winter? Is this decent? Now that I think about it, Minato has had a hard time. No wonder the second Hokage chose to go out to work and pay off his debts without hesitation. He probably thought that his elder brother's encounter with Uchiha Madara was like a husky and a samoyed. In this winter, there must be a call of the wild. So, it's better to run away early to avoid any trouble. At this time. It's incredible. Hanabi walked in, her face full of shock, her eyes widened as if she hadn't recovered yet. I didn't expect that you really have a way to call another ninja world. I can't think of it either. Fuyu shrugged. He really didn't expect that he could do this. It was much more convenient. He originally planned to wait until Orochimaru and the second generation succeeded in their research before occupying the market. To be honest, he didn't understand Danzo's little thoughts. It's just that. Sorry, he never did business on his own. So, it doesn't matter if it's early or early, he won't lose money. What's more, compared to making money, what he wants more is to occupy the market and upgrade. Result. He is also preparing to follow the group leader fair competing in the market. After all, it's not easy for him. He's so old, and although he has the help of talented people like Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito Kato-en, his luck is still not very good, and he has been bankrupt several times in a row. It's so sad to hear it. As a merchant of the will of fire who respects the elderly and loves the young, Fuyu really doesn't want this to happen, but after thinking about it, Danzo has no chance anyway, so it's better not to give him hope. Just when Fuyu was sighing. Speak. Hanabi's eyes locked on him fiercely and said, do you have a way to get through? It's not clear yet. Fuyu touched his eyes and frowned slightly. It should be possible. I don't know if the Mangekyo can be opened in the next upgrade. According to the system's requirements for occupying the market, the ability to deliver goods across borders must be there. Hee. Hanabi pulled open Fuyu's eyelids, revealing Fuyu's two eyeballs, and asked curiously, is it the power of the Mangekyo? Speaking of which, your eyes seem to have always been a little different. I'm only 3 Megatama now. Fuyu slapped Hanabi's hand unhappily, I don't know. That's right. Hanabi nodded, leaned aside and lay down, without asking Fuyu any more. Anyway, Fuyu's eyes were different from the beginning. Now the two of them even have a child, why ask so many questions? Pillowing aside, a smile appeared on her delicate and fair face. I just chatted with my sister and dad, and I didn't expect that I could still hear what my sister and dad said. To be honest, although I chose to stay, I still felt a little regretful that I couldn't go back without my family. The corners of my mouth slightly raised. That's great. I must let them hear the sound of ding-dang later. The two of them just lay there. It was winter, and they didn't want to move at all. They might as well take care of the baby here. After a while, Ling Yan also lay down beside them. Just like that, the family lay there quietly. In the warmth, Fuyu felt that he was about to fall asleep. I don't know how long it took. Just when Fuyu was about to take a nap, Hanabi next to him suddenly pushed him and whispered, by the way, it's winter, do you want to have a couple of drinks tonight? It's winter. It's true that you need to have a couple of drinks and a massage to feel comfortable. At the same time. On the moon. Is this the virtual helmet? All the white Zetsu stared curiously at the strange helmet with the words FUIA Group printed on it, and their eyes narrowed slightly. They didn't buy this helmet. After all, they are still unemployed, where can they get the money? Plus it's almost the end of the year, and it's really not the right time to find a job. So, this is for 9,527 to buy. As the leader of the White Zetsu army, what's wrong with buying a virtual helmet for his subordinates? What's wrong? Of course. They haven't told 9,527 about his promotion yet. He is busy now. It's not time to tell him now. Wait until next time when the search and surveillance are loosened. 9,527 will return to the moon and tell him. When the time comes, everyone will set up a few tables to celebrate the new White Zetsu. The birth of the third leader of the Absolute Army. What a cause for celebration! What a cause for celebration! As for now, it must be playing games. Don't you say that if you want to play this, you must connect to the virtual reality signal. It's already connected. It's already connected here. Then start. Start? I want to play, said. All the white Zetsu stared at the virtual helmet. However, there is only one helmet here. I'll do it. I'll do it. Let me do it. A senior game expert who has charged millions in the game must let me, the expert, go first. Forget about the bad guys, I'm lucky. When Madara-sama drew cards, he was able to gather the bonds so quickly, and I helped him, so I'll do it. All the white Zetsu looked at each other with a serious look, and no one gave in. I'll do it. Let me do it. We are all family. If I play, you play. If you play, everyone plays. Let me do it. In that case, I can do it. However, after a while, these guys became more and more fierce. Finally. Pa! Ah! Who hit me? Balala! Someone shouted, and all the little white guys started fighting for a virtual helmet, which made Black Zetsu, who was watching on the side, sigh helplessly and shook his head. For this group of idiots. Now I can only pretend to ignore them. Of course. There is also good news during this period. According to the news from 9,527 who was undercover in Konoha, Uchiha Madara has not been looking for them during this period. He seems to be very busy and is on the way to find a job. I heard that he was reported for too many bad reviews for delivering food some time ago. So, Madara is busy with his life and has no time to care about them. Maybe if they stay alive for a while longer, the ninja world will forget about them. However, thinking of the movie made by the Root Group a few days ago, Black Zetsu began to feel helpless again. After all, it seems the ninja world seems to have understood something. It took him thousands of years to erase this history, but now almost the entire ninja world knows about it. Although the movie seems a little different, this may just be the artistic processing of the Root Group. Their plan may have been exposed. Damn it! Why doesn't this Root Group go bankrupt? Black Zetsu said angrily, resist. Must resist. I will never let White Zetsu buy anything from the Root Group in the future. He lost a group of important customers. After the words fell. Suddenly, Black Zetsu was stunned, as if he felt something familiar. He suddenly raised his head, frowned slightly, and looked around in confusion. After a moment, muttering to himself, "That's right. How could my mother come out at this time?" He must have missed his mother too much just now, so he felt it wrong. 105 New Year's Eve event suddenly appeared. Where is this? Otsutsuki Kagai looked at the scene in front of her with a confused look on her face. Even if she was sealed, she was conscious after being trapped in darkness for a long time. It's just that she couldn't move, couldn't feel anything, and could only endure the endless darkness, but today, for some reason suddenly a strange wave appeared in the darkness. That is Chakra. As the ancestor of Chakra, she is quite familiar with it. It's just that the Chakra seems a little strange, as if it has become a faint and hard to capture signal. At that moment, she thought that her will had finally succeeded, and she had gathered all the tailed beasts to awaken the 10 tails, allowing her to return to the ninja world again. Therefore, this signal came. So, at that moment, she tried hard to capture that trace of Chakra signal, and finally, she finally captured it. It's just. Where is this? Bustling streets, strange and magnificent towns, groups of humans. Especially, many humans wear that strange, but very cool-looking armor, and there is a row of words on their heads. What is that? Why are there strange symbols? How long has he been sealed? The change is so big. Otsutsuki Kagaya frowned and looked around. For some reason he always felt that this place was weird, and there was a familiar and disgusting smell. Also, where is Black Zetsu? Since she has come out, why doesn't Black Zetsu come to see her quickly? Is there something unexpected? Otsutsuki Kagaya felt her body. The 10 tails was not on her. Also, why did the group of humans in front of him look at him with strange eyes? Those straight eyes were like staring at prey? How ridiculous! You know, she is the mother of Chakra, and they dare to treat her as prey? Forget it. Since Heiju is not here, and she has already come out, she can take back her own Chakra from these humans. Kagaya Otsutsuki floated in the air, looking down at these guys coldly. Humans. Give me back what doesn't belong to you. However, after the words fell, the scene in front of her was beyond her expectations. This group of humans were not as scared as she imagined. Instead, they looked at her with great excitement. What were they excited about? Did they think they could defeat her? Just when Kagaya Otsutsuki was wondering. Suddenly. It's a boss indeed. I guessed it a long time ago. Look at her name, a bunch of garbled characters, and it's red. How could she not be a boss? She looks very similar to the 2 ultimate bosses. This must be the New Year's Eve event of the Fuya group. I didn't expect that a special boss that can walk out of the dungeon would appear directly. There must be something good if we kill her. Get out of the way. The Uchiha clan of Konoha will clear the field. Ridiculous. A group of red-eyed people dare to clear the field. That's the new generation of ninja swords from the Hidden Mist Village, one of the 7, the beheading sword, Zabuza. Nonsense, I know that too. This guy is a big star. A passionate man, he performed the Blood Mist Village very well. He has already rushed up. This boss is so beautiful. Sorry, I have surrendered to her. I will never let you hurt her. Whoever grabs the boss will own it. Kill it. When Kagaya Otsutsuki was puzzled and was about to shout again to promote her identity as the ancestor of Chakra. Charge! The strange humans in front of her actually raised their swords and rushed towards her like crazy. Aren't they afraid? Could it be? This is a trap. It is probably to lure her out and ambush nearby. Then attack her. At this moment, Kagaya Otsutsuki seemed to understand something. No wonder she appeared here for no reason, no wonder Black Zetsu was not here, and no wonder the power of the 10 tails was not in her. So all this was just a trap? Hago Romo and Hamura, did they set the trap? At this moment, Kagaya Otsutsuki's eyes turned red, looking at the human who was rushing towards her madly. But after a while, she showed a firm expression again and stared at them. Do these stupid guys think they can solve themselves? Kagaya Otsutsuki's delicate face had a sneer, and the boss's momentum was unobstructed. She looked down at the ants below. Ridiculous humans. How dare you attack? She will definitely let these stupid humans understand how terrible she is. At this time, the news that a New Year's Eve boss suddenly appeared in the Ninja Legend game began to spread. But these Uchiha Fuyu didn't know yet. Late at night he was pulled out by Minato, who looked decadent, to drink, and was ready to relax with Minato. The fourth Hokage has been very tired recently. He had only been out for a short while, but he had already drunk 3 cups. His tone was faintly filled with the idea of retiring from the ninja world and living a comfortable pastoral life. You can imagine how much suffering he had suffered during this period. The second Hokage was working outside, and the third Hokage had been very busy since the reconstruction of the root group. Therefore, the affairs of the village could only be handled by Minato, the current Hokage. But that was the god of the ninja world and the Shura of the ninja world. Even Minato would have a hard time handling it. He sighed with sympathy, and by the way, he gave Minato 2 skewers of kidneys to replenish his spirit, and said, "Come on. Eat more." Then he looked at Minato curiously, "So? How did you solve it in the end? I haven't heard much about the first Hokage during this period. Or Konoha's non-mainstream group has faded a lot recently." Finally Minato shook his head with emotion, took the kidney, took a bite, and said with a wry smile, "I took over the last house left by Tsunade-sama in the name of requisitioning Hashirama-sama's clan land, and then allocated another house to Hashirama-sama, and also issued a large subsidy, hoping that they can live a life without worries about food and clothing from now on. No wonder there has been no fuss during this period. It turns out that they have become demolished households. Think about it. Uchiha Madara has been staying at Hashirama's place since he returned to the village. The fact that he has not stepped into the Uchiha family's house shows that this proud guy does not want to ask Uchiha for help at all. Therefore, if the village directly distributes money, he will probably think that he is humiliating himself, so it is better to find an excuse. But Fuyu looked at Minato in confusion. In this case, didn't the first Hokage win? Did Uchiha Madara not make a scene? They competed to see who made more money, but this money was a demolition subsidy, so it was not counted as earned by Hashirama-sama. Then didn't Uchiha Madara win? So, neither side recognized the other. Hashirama thought it was his own money, so how could it not be counted as earned by him, while Madara-sama thought he won, and finally, he. Minato smiled and said with a strange look on his face, "I suggested that they both won, and it was a tie." Then, he casually said, "Now the legend of the ninja world is very popular, and I don't know who would be better if Hashirama-sama and Madara-sama played? By the way, 2 helmets were placed in the new house. I guess they have been playing games during this period." Awesome! Fuyu looked at Minato with admiration. No wonder. It turned out that he was hiding in the game Chinese competition. Just when I sighed and took a sip of wine. At this time, a table next to me. "Hey!" Several young people suddenly exclaimed. "There is an event? How come I didn't know about it?" "I don't know either. I didn't receive any news." "Hurry up! Go back and kill the boss after eating. This boss is so strong. She is also very beautiful. The Fuyu group is quite good at playing. Pay the bill," said. Several people seemed to run out in a hurry, leaving Fuyu confused. What event? What boss? Is it in the game? Indeed. Because of the new year, there is indeed a new event in the game, but it is just a big gift package. Why are these guys so anxious? Can't I buy it tomorrow? Is it the ultimate hardcore player? Just when Fuyu was confused, Minato on the other side was suddenly surprised, and looked at Fuyu happily. "Fuyu, you didn't tell me about the new event." Kushina sent a message specifically, saying that a new boss appeared, but she didn't tell her, which made her several steps behind others. After the words fell, Fuyu looked at Minato in confusion. What boss? No. When did he design the new boss? Could it be the engineers in the background? Why didn't he receive the message? Are you still pretending? What will this new boss for the New Year's Eve reveal? It must be something very rare. Minato happily showed Fuyu his phone, not to mention it looks pretty. Hearing Minato's words, Fuyu also looked up in confusion. However, at this time, puff! The wine in his mouth sprayed out directly, and he looked at the white-haired woman on the screen with an incredible face. How did this guy get in there? What is he doing? What is he doing? Minato looked at Fuyu with a resentful look on his face, then wiped his phone that was covered with wine. Didn't you do this? He looked at the new boss with some doubts, frowning slightly. I always feel that she is a little familiar. Of course she is familiar. Fuyu nodded with a look of surprise. Do you remember the boss behind the Fourth Ninja World War that Sasuke mentioned? Oh right. Kagaya Otsutsuki. Quite similar. I didn't expect that. Fuyu actually. 106. Boss. 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 Therefore, in order to make her a game boss, after her death, Fuyu could only modify the background and increase the reward for killing the new boss. As long as the new boss is killed, various gifts can be exchanged according to the damage score. As for how this guy got in, Fuyu probably guessed it later. The virtual device was originally designed by Orochimaru according to his curse seal theory. A part of the ninja's soul is temporarily transferred so that all souls can be in the same fictional fantasy. Actually think about it. Orochimaru's heavenly curse seal is a bit like the wedge of the Otsutsuki clan, which can be resurrected after death. The Orochimaru of another ninja world used part of the soul information stored in the curse seal to resurrect. That's it. The Otsutsuki clan will directly occupy the body of the device to complete the resurrection, but Orochimaru will emerge from the curse seal again after obtaining sufficient chakra and look for a new body. Therefore, in order to increase the power of illusion and obtain all the research funds, Orochimaru did his best to enhance the signal sent, and then let the signal be received by the helmet, so as to complete the illusion on the soul. Therefore, if it is a guy with strong illusion, pupil power and induction power, he may be able to capture the signal with his own strength and get in directly. It can be regarded as a bug. Of course, Orochimaru also found a way to plug this bug. For example, the players who enter through this back door do not have any names, and the data will be in a state where anyone can kill them. It is estimated that maybe Kagaya Otsutsuki drilled the signal back door on the moon. Fortunately, nothing happened, and Kagaya Otsutsuki's authority in the game is not high. Otherwise, if there is any virtual game accident, if a group of players are trapped in the game and can't get out, and can only overthrow the boss to get out, it is estimated that his virtual game will be ruined as soon as it is launched. Sure enough, Orochimaru, you still have to be careful with the things you invent. So, there shouldn't be any problem. Minato frowned and looked at Fuyu, and he was relieved in his heart. I almost thought that this game had to be closed. If it is closed, the god of Ninja World and Shura of Ninja World can't play games anymore. He probably has to retire early. If Kagaya Otsutsuki wants to come out, she must break the seal, otherwise it will be the same as Momoshiki Otsutsuki and the others. Fuyu nodded with a smile. So, as long as the tailed beasts don't have any accidents, it will be fine. This is the situation now. How is Black Zetsu going to capture the tailed beasts? If he dares to show up, Uchiha Madara will directly use Chibaku Tensei on him, then hammer him, and continue with Chibaku Tensei. And even if it really comes out, what will happen? That's right. This ninja world is not another ninja world. Even outsiders are now being brushed by players in the game. After hearing this, Minato nodded with a smile, and then pondered for a while. What are you going to do about Kagaya Otsutsuki? Plug the loophole. Plug it in? Why do you want to plug it? Fuyu narrowed his eyes slightly, and his mouth curled up slightly. You know this is a precious boss. Damn human. The descendants of Hamura and Hago Romo are really the same as them. How dare you humiliate my mother like this? At this time, Black Zetsu also received news that his mother appeared in that game. However, he did as Fuyu said, thinking that this was just a character in the game. After all, the tailed beasts were not collected, how could his mother come out? Therefore, seeing that his mother was so weak and was killed by a mere human, the anger in his heart can be imagined. This is really too much. When mom comes back, I will definitely tell her and let her destroy this ninja world. Black Zetsu at this moment. He felt wronged like a child looking for his mother. Of course. Since he has encountered this incident, he must not just watch it like this. He must take revenge on this group of hateful humans and the wealthy group that humiliated mom. Revenge. Must take revenge. Revenge for mom. Don't be impulsive. The white Zetsu's body beside him split apart helplessly and looked at Black Zetsu. Maybe this is a trap set by the ninja world to lure us out. So, for the sake of Kaguya-sama, you must be careful now. However, Black Zetsu, who has always been a surviving person, is now very angry. That's mom's image. They are humiliating mom. I want to make the ninja world suffer. Okay. I admit that this is indeed an annoying thing. But what can you do now? As soon as the white Zetsu's body finished helplessly, Black Zetsu fell silent immediately, then scratched his head angrily and walked around. Finally, he lowered his head in frustration. He had no other options now. If only Uchiha Madara didn't know anything, he could continue to deceive him, guide him to start a war, destroy everything, and avenge his mother. He sighed helplessly, and was about to shout, "I've remembered this time, I must tell my mother next time. Kill them." Suddenly, Lord Kaguya has appeared again. A certain white Zetsu shouted, now she is surrounded by many people again. Damn it! Damn it! Too much! Black Zetsu jumped up again in anger, isn't it over yet? This group of hateful humans actually want to kill my mother again. However, the white Zetsu continued to shout, don't worry. Don't worry. There are already white Zetsu wearing helmets to protect Kaguya-sama. Hey, sorry. Before Black Zetsu could be happy, he scratched his head again, that guy is dead. What a waste. He died all of a sudden, without even saying a word. Sure enough, we can't rely on these wastes. Black Zetsu looked at the white Zetsu who took off his helmet speechlessly. However, when looking at the group of white Zetsu who shouted I'm here, he seemed to have thought of a solution. That's right. They can't show up. But they can protect mom in the game. Thinking of this, he shuddered, that's right. That's it. That's it. As he said that, before the white Zetsu beside him asked anything, he continued, we also enter the game to protect mom. After the words fell, all the white Zetsu stopped their actions, turned their heads and stared at Black Zetsu motionlessly, blinking in disbelief. What did this guy just say? Let them play games too? So good? That's right. Everyone, go in and protect mom. Black Zetsu nodded seriously, then gritted his teeth and said, kill those rude guys. Destroy this game. Tell that guy 9527. Buy me a helmet. At least 10,000. Send them all over quickly. I want to kill them. Money. A hint of madness flashed in his eyes, I'll pay for it. Wow wow wow. Do I finally have my own helmet? Great. I said this Black Zetsu is not a good guy. He actually hid money secretly. Suddenly, all the white Zetsu cheered. However, after a while, a white Zetsu raised his hand and looked at Black Zetsu in confusion, what if so many of us fail? After the words fell, the little white people looked at each other again. Scratching his head in distress. What this guy said makes sense. However, 10,000 is not possible. We will have 100,000. I must protect my mother's honor no matter what. My mother is a god. How can she be humiliated like this? Black Zetsu also came back from his daze, with madness on his face again. If it doesn't work, let's kill that fake mother with our own hands. Is this guy crazy? The little white people looked at the Black Zetsu who said crazy words, and they didn't react yet. Just saw. Black Zetsu waved his hand again, roaring with a ferocious face, all white Zetsu gather. It's time. Let these humans know how powerful they are. 107 Accident. The rare boss appeared on the New Year's Eve, and the whole virtual game suddenly set off a carnival. Countless people poured into the game and began to hunt the new boss in exchange for equipment. On the other side, after receiving the news from Black Zetsu, White Zetsu 9527 also took quick action and immediately went out to purchase game helmets. It's just that he didn't expect that Black Zetsu actually hid so much money. He had always cried poor and asked them to work, but he would beat them up like a drunkard. I didn't expect that he could come up with such a large sum of money this time. Sure enough, Black Zetsu is a bad guy. He would just cheat them. Of course, White Zetsu 9527 didn't dare to delay for a moment and quickly bought all the helmets in Konoha, but in one day, he only bought about 3,000 in Konoha. As for the follow-up, we have to wait for the goods to arrive in a while before we can buy them. However, the higher UPS need it urgently, and the fake Kaguya-sama is still being beaten up by a group of people in the game, so we really can't wait any longer, so we can only send these up temporarily. But the moon is a remote area. So, it will take at least a week for ordinary express delivery, and it will also take 2 days for expedited delivery. Finally, after considering it, 9527 still chose to entrust the god of takeout Might Day to deliver it personally. However, after all, there are 3,000 helmets, which can be regarded as a large number of items, and they are very valuable, so the express delivery fee is also quite expensive. However, here we suggest you choose a supernova in the express delivery industry. Although he has a bad reputation in the takeaway industry, it is no surprise that if you want to escort large items, he is more suitable, and the escort is absolutely guaranteed. Customers say it is good. Oh! After hearing what the courier receptionist said, Baiju 9527 suddenly became curious. Unexpectedly, there is another express delivery supernova rising again during this period. Is it reliable? Of course it's reliable. There are people in the village who guarantee him, and he is also free now. As for Mr. Dai, he has to wait until at least the evening to be free to come, so Mr. Dai will probably have to leave the next day. The receptionist smiled at this familiar customer who always delivered supplies to his old relatives on the moon, and said, "We will pack it for you. I believe if you leave now, you should be able to receive it on the moon in the evening." In the evening. This meets his requirements, and the god of takeout, Might Dai, is not free today. If you make an appointment with Might Dai, you have to wait until tomorrow to leave. Little White Man 9527 pondered for a moment, and remembered the Black Zetsu who called this morning and was different from usual, and then remembered the fake Kaguya who was still humiliated in the game. So, can't wait any longer. I believe that Black Zetsu and the others definitely hope to receive the helmet tonight, and then let the whole game taste the pain. Then let him. Baizetsu nodded helplessly, looking at him seriously. Please make sure to deliver it safely at night. No problem. I'll send a message to ask now. Seeing that the receptionist seemed to be sending a message, Little White Man 9527 also started waiting on the side, but because the task was very urgent, he was a little nervous while waiting, walking around, scratching his head from time to time, asking if he had arrived. At this time, "It's here," the receptionist said with a smile. As soon as the voice fell, Baizetsu immediately raised his head and looked out the door, ready to sign quickly and let him send it out. Suddenly, He was silent. A pair of eyes couldn't help but widen, looking at the black-haired strong man walking in front of him. I don't know if I should say something. Uchiha Madara. The person who came was actually Uchiha Madara. What the hell? 9527 was a bit collapsed and trembling, looking at the young man who was walking slowly, as if he was emitting a terrible aura and was crushing towards him. Has he been discovered? Why is it this guy? Is this a trap? Is it intentional? Is he ambushed? A series of conspiracies emerged in his mind, and then he turned his head and glared at the receptionist next to him. Or kill this guy before dying? Little ding dang, boss, goodbye. I can't grow up with you. However, looks very reliable. As if noticing the look in Baizetsu's eyes, the receptionist didn't care, and said with a little admiration in his cheerful tone, he was once the Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. If he escorts, it will definitely be quite safe. I don't know if it's safe or not, but I know that if he finds out that Zetsu's new base is on the moon, it is estimated that the plan they were all wiped out in one fell swoop. 9527 suppressed his panic and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his right hand shaking. What should I do now? At this time, Uchiha Madara has come over. Since he was fired for delivering food and moving bricks at the construction site last time, although Hashirama also received a very generous demolition payment, how could he let a man support him? Even if that man was Hashirama Senju, he didn't want him. So, when he had nothing to do, he would come out to work part-time, barely make a living, and top up 648 to suppress Hashirama in the game. As long as the idiot Hashirama doesn't make trouble, as a former legendary ninja, he is still quite reliable when performing tasks. Which order is this? Hurry up! I have to come back to play games after delivering it. Madara walked in, without any delay, and said directly, I have to kill the boss tonight. This is the client who entrusted the order. There is only one order, and because it is expedited, the reward is quite good. The waiter quickly pointed at the white Zetsu who was still motionless on the side, it just needs to be delivered to the moon. Don't worry. As long as you follow the designated route, you can get there. The moon that was just connected to the internet not long ago? Interesting. I'll take it. Madara waved his hand with an interesting smile on his face, then turned his head and looked at the stupidly standing customer in front of him, frowning slightly. What else do you want? Hurry up and say it. Don't waste my time. After the words fell, little white guy 9527 shuddered, raised his head suddenly, hesitated for a moment, and pretended to be calm and said, I change someone? Hey? Are you looking down on me? No, no. Seeing Madara looking down at him with unfriendly eyes, 9527 quickly showed an ugly smile. I just didn't expect that a legendary figure like Madara would come to help me deliver the express. Humph. After hearing the customer's words, Madara also nodded with satisfaction, and then frowned at the sweat on his forehead. Are you hot? Not hot. Then why are you sweating? Madara looked at the guy in front of him strangely, glanced up and down, and touched his chin. Why do I feel that you are a little familiar? Ha ha ha. Maybe I'm a fan of Madara. 9527 laughed, and seeing Madara staring at him, he quickly said, I saw my idol, I'm so excited. Fortunately, the art of pretending cannot be seen by ordinary people. Can't see it. It must be seen. Just when he was beginning to doubt. Forget it. Hurry up. Madara waved his hands impatiently, not caring about these messy things. What else do you want? If nothing else, I'll set off. That guy is still waiting for me to come back. Please. Please take your time on the road. 9527 was so excited that tears were about to flow as he looked at Madara, who was carrying a large package and setting off, and waved his hands, it's okay to go slowly. Really? It's okay. Don't worry. Madara-sama keeps his word and will definitely deliver it safely. The receptionist next to him saw that the customer was so satisfied, and a happy smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect that you are actually Madara-sama's fan. How about I ask for an autographed photo for you when Madara-sama comes back? Thank you. After the little white man gave the receptionist a sincere thank you, he quickly slipped out. Damn it! Is Uchiha Madara going to deliver a package to White Zetsu on the moon now? If it's any later, he won't even be able to get through. He has to notify Black Zetsu immediately. After finding a secret place, the white guy quickly took out his cell phone, dialed the number, and immediately said, Black Zetsu. He didn't finish his words. Mission completed. Black Zetsu asked directly from the other side. Little White Man 9527 was slightly stunned, nodded, and said, I have arranged for someone to deliver it. It is expected to arrive in the evening. There are about 3,000 in total. Very good. In addition to the ones bought on the moon, I believe that nearly 5,000 White Zetsu will definitely be able to protect my mother's honor. Black Zetsu said with satisfaction, keep buying. We must collect 10,000 no matter what. Okay. But the courier. I know. Is it delivered by that physical ninja of Might Guy again? Don't worry, we will pay attention to it. No, that's not what I mean. The courier is not Might Guy. If it's not that guy, could it be his son? So what? That guy will leave after delivering the goods. It's not Might Guy either. It's a 9527 hesitated, it's a newcomer. Newcomer. It's a new courier named Uchiha Madara. As soon as 9527 finished hesitating, the other side of the phone suddenly fell silent. After a while. Finally, the voice of Black Zetsu's collapse came from the other side, and he shouted loudly, Uchiha Madara. This guy came to deliver the package? And what are you doing? Have you already joined the rebels in the ninja world? Damn it! Uchiha Madara came up. So, why did you call me? Are you going to listen to our voices for the last time? 108 Lunar Express. After hanging up the phone, Black Zetsu still didn't come back to his senses from the words of the undercover ninja world 9527. They actually let Uchiha Madara deliver the package for them. Could it be that 9527 has been in the ninja world for a long time and doesn't know who we are? I'm afraid. No need to protect my mother's honor, just wait to die. What else? He said that if he didn't send it to him, he would look down on him. How ridiculous! Can't you change the address? But now he can't stop it. Uchiha Madara has already set off for the moon with the helmet on his shoulder. It is expected to be delivered in the evening. Big crisis! All White Zetsu. Black Zetsu put away his phone, looked at the lazy white people below without hesitation and shouted loudly, meeting now. After the words fell, the White Zetsu looked at Black Zetsu curiously, who had another meeting for no reason. Could it be? The helmet is coming soon? Thinking of this, the dissatisfaction in his heart disappeared immediately, and he ran up happily. Meeting! Meeting! Can I finally have my own helmet? Sure enough, our leader of the third generation is very reliable. He got it done in no time. Leader of the third generation. Quiet. Black Zetsu asked all the White Zetsu to be quiet, glanced at them seriously, and said, the situation is very critical now, everyone. Before he finished speaking, all the little white people started to make a fuss again. Is it a pre-war preparation? Of course it is critical. This is a difficult task to save Kaguya-sama. That's fake. Fake. Even if it's fake, it's still Kaguya-sama. We have no choice but to do it. For Kaguya-sama. For Kaguya-sama. Then. All the little white people waved their fists with serious faces, shouting for Kaguya-sama. The momentum is good. It's worth using. Seeing that Black Zetsu, who was originally anxious, was relieved, but thinking that there was still a big terror approaching, he became serious again. Be quiet. Listen to me. After saying that, looking at the white Zetsu who had calmed down again, he couldn't help but sighed inwardly, and said in a serious tone, I'll tell you something. The helmet will be delivered tonight. But... Great. Shut up. Listen to me. Black Zetsu glared at the little white man who seemed to be ready to shout Balala again, and hurriedly continued, It's just that the guy who delivered the courier when he said this, he paused, his mouth twitched slightly, and there was a hint of collapse in his tone, it's Uchiha Madara. After saying that, the whole base suddenly fell silent. After a while, all the white Zetsu looked at each other, their faces full of disbelief. What was this Black Zetsu saying just now? Finally, Hwalala. They turned their heads together and stared at the Black Zetsu above, hesitated for a moment, and said, Are you talking about that Uchiha Madara? Yes, yes. Is it the boss we used to have? Yes, yes. Is it the Uchiha Madara who is called the Shura of the ninja world? Yes. Black Zetsu looked at white Zetsu who still refused to believe, and said unhappily, That's the Uchiha Madara. The Uchiha Madara who is called the Shura of the ninja world. He is also the Uchiha Madara you had a feast with some time ago. After the words fell. Balala. Pa pa pa. Countless small stones were thrown at Black Zetsu, and all white Zetsu glared at Black Zetsu. Are you a traitor? You actually asked Uchiha Madara to deliver the package to us. Did white Zetsu eat your brain? Idiot. Big idiot. Are you worthy of Lord Kaguya? Black Zetsu looked at the angry white Zetsu in front of him with a headache, and said quickly, I didn't ask Madara to deliver it. It was 9527. It was 9527 that guy who asked Madara to deliver it. 9527 that idiot. We trusted him so much and nominated him to be the third generation leader of White Zetsu, but he dared to betray us. Traitor. Kill him. Plant trees at the head of Konoha village. Let him be like the previous 2 generations of leaders. Balala. All the little white men raised their fists angrily, as if they were ready to kill the traitor in the genin world right now. However, Black Zetsu certainly wouldn't let them go on like this, and quickly stretched out his hand to stop them, saying, Shut up. Listen to me. There's still a chance now. We just need to get the goods, don't expose ourselves, and let that Uchiha Madara leave quickly. He doesn't know he's delivering goods to us yet. To protect Mom's honor, calm down. After the words fell, all the little white people also calmed down and nodded in realization. That's right. Uchiha Madara didn't know he was delivering goods to them, White Zetsu. So, as long as we rely on the art of disguise and be careful, maybe we can avoid it. However, what should we do now? The little white people all looked at Black Zetsu above in confusion. At this time, seeing that the originally angry little white people had calmed down, Black Zetsu breathed a sigh of relief again, nodded, and then narrowed his eyes slightly. Now start the meeting to pick up the express delivery. Time passed bit by bit. Although the road to the moon is not easy to walk, you have to dive and pass through a tunnel that seems to be engraved with ninjutsu to get there, but when dusk came, the Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara still arrived at the moon. Is this the moon? Madara stood on the moon, looked at the deserted area, then raised his head and looked forward. Looking, I really saw that blue planet, Ninja World, and said lightly, it's interesting. However, as it was his first time to the moon, he was still a little uncertain about the destination. But because this was a special delivery, he had to deliver it in person. At this time, the phone rang, and Madara took out his phone expressionlessly. Who else could call him except that idiot? He answered it directly. Hello. Madara. Where have you been? We obviously agreed to brush the dungeon together. You have been away for so long, I will definitely surpass you in the ranking this time. Boring. Just a few hours, what's wrong with giving it to you, an idiot? Madara snorted disdainfully, and said lightly, I am on the moon now, and I will go back after I deliver the express. Hey? The moon? In this case, am I not making a long-distance call? Idiot. Is there anything else? No, don't delay me from delivering. The words were not finished. Beep beep. The call was hung up. Ban was stunned for a moment, frowned, and looked at his phone. That guy actually dared to hang up on him? Hang up on him? Just when he was about to call again. Your balance is insufficient. So there is no phone bill. That's right. I delivered food for so long and made so many calls some time ago. If you count, the phone bill is really gone. It's just that I usually talk to that idiot Jian, so I didn't recharge it immediately. Ban relaxed his brows and put away his phone, preparing to recharge it after returning. Just after delivering this trip, he can get a lot of money. Thinking of this, Ban's mouth corners slightly raised, looking at the huge package beside him, muttered to himself, it seems this express must be delivered safely as soon as possible. After the words fell, he carried the huge package again and was about to walk forward to see if there was anyone around and ask for the address. Hello, an anxious voice came, is it the express from Ninja World 9527? I'm his brother, just give it to me. 109 successfully delivered. Consignee? Sender's brother? Uchiha Madara looked at the young man in front of him, frowned again, and glanced up and down curiously. The burning eyes scared the white Zetsu in front of him and froze all over. Has he been discovered? Why do I feel that you? Madara touched his chin and pondered, a little familiar. Ha ha ha, maybe I have a common face. White Zetsu quickly laughed and looked at the big package in front of him, just leave these to us. Don't worry, I will definitely sign for it directly. Common face. Madara's eyebrows were flat, and he didn't care anymore. Familiar? What if he is familiar? Is he Senju Hashirama? If not, why should I care so much? He stared at the guy who stretched out his hand with his eyes wide open, expressionlessly looking at him. After he took his hand back, he said calmly, sorry. This is a valuable item, insured. It must be delivered to the destination in person. No problem. I'm the signatory. This is not the destination. Just leave it to me, no need to trouble you, I'll just take it back myself. Ban paused, frowned again, what evidence do you have? Of course. Baizetsu was relieved. It's done. He said with a smile, you can call the sender. He patted his chest, believe me. I'm a good person. My phone has no phone bill, it's turned off. I suspect you're lying to me. Baizetsu's smile froze, and he looked at Ban with suspicion. And at this time, Madara was already a little impatient, and he carried the package again, get out of the way. Don't block the way. Since it's your stuff, go to the receiving location and sign for it in person. Hey, I'm really the recipient. Get lost. Don't leave, I have phone bills on my phone, if you don't believe me, use my phone. Use my phone. Are you trying to stop me? No. Humph. Seeing that White Zetsu didn't bother him anymore and quickly gave up his position, Madara nodded with satisfaction and continued to carry the package forward. Do you really think he is still the Uchiha Madara who just came out to deliver food? How ridiculous! As a ninja, once you accept a mission, you must deliver the supplies to the employer no matter what. And this guy seems to be deliberately stopping him. How could he, Uchiha Madara, be so stupid to hand over the supplies to a guy who suddenly appeared and didn't know him? Has anyone set their sights on this batch of goods? Madara's eyes narrowed, and he seemed to have guessed what was going on, but he didn't care at all. Let's see, what qualifications do you have to dance? After saying that, he continued to move forward. On the other side, 9527. His brother looked at Madara, who was walking away with a toothache on his face, and then he took out his phone and said with a sad face, Plan A failed. Now implement Plan B. I'm his father. Do you think I'm an idiot? Uchiha Madara looked at another middle-aged man who jumped out to stop him with a speechless face. He suddenly felt that he was as excited as an idiot just now. What qualifications do these guys have to dance? His brother jumped out in front of him, and now his father jumped out in front of him. The robbers on the moon are not all a bunch of idiots. There may not be his mother, sister, uncle, etc. behind him. Is it annoying? Get out of the way. Madara stared at the middle-aged man in front of him with his eyes fixed, and said coldly, otherwise, I will kill you. Tell those people behind you that this batch of goods is insured, and I will personally deliver it to the destination. Don't waste your thoughts. So they were regarded as bandits who robbed goods? Hearing Madara's words, Baizetsu felt relieved, but seeing that he was still unwilling to hand over the goods to him, he quickly said, Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'm just here to lead the way, and I have no other malicious intentions. Lead the way. Madara frowned slightly, and then with a playful smile on his face, interesting. In that case, lead the way. As he said, he looked down at him. If I know you are playing a trick on me, don't blame me for being rude. Don't dare. Don't dare. Baizetsu looked at the very familiar face, laughed, and said, Don't worry, I will definitely lead the way. Please believe me. I have been leading the way for hundreds of years, and I am a senior guide. I will definitely take you to the destination. Interesting. Let's go. Okay. That's it. Baizetsu, pretending to be his biological father, could only helplessly take Madara to the destination. However, the former boss is now by his side. Don't say it. As traitors, they are still quite panicked. That idiot 9527, even if he delivers it tomorrow, how can he let this scary guy deliver it? Quickly and secretly send the current situation to the Baizetsu who are preparing in the rear, and then he will act as a courier with a smile on his face, Uchiha Madara's tour guide on the moon. This is the former Otsutsuki Hamura. Shut up. Lead the way. Okay. How is the front line now? It's very tight. We don't have much time. We must finish the work as soon as possible. How is the house built? Are the actors in place? I'm the mother. I'm the father. The one who leads the way is the father. I'm his father. Okay. Black Zetsu looked at the white Zetsu who were still making fun of him with a frown on his face, his eyes cold, and said, Where are the axemen? Have they been arranged? They are all buried underground. They will never be discovered. When the time comes, as long as you give an order, 100,000 axemen will appear immediately. Very good. Black Zetsu nodded with satisfaction. Now build the house quickly. Remember. This is the delivery location. We must trick Uchiha Madara over and successfully get the express delivery. The base must not be exposed. Speaking of this, I sighed inwardly. I didn't expect that it would be so troublesome to even pick up a package. I lowered my head and looked at the moon under my feet. My eyes once again stared at it and I murmured to myself, Don't worry. Mom, I will definitely protect your honor. That fake let me kill it myself. Time passed by little by little. I don't know how long it has been. Anyway. It was almost evening, and it was almost time for me to play games with Hashirama. You guy. Ban immediately glared at the guy leading the way in front of him, Are you kidding me? Have we arrived yet? Oh. No. No. The moon is like this. This must be your first time on the moon. The road here is a bit roundabout. Baizetsu looked at Ban seriously. Really? I'm not lying to you. We'll be there soon. How long is soon? This. Looking at the eyes staring at him, Baizetsu panicked, but after a while he seemed to feel the movement under his feet, and a smile appeared on his face again. Believe me. Just keep going forward and you'll be there. 10 minutes. If I still can't see the destination after 10 minutes, don't be rude to me. Don't worry. We'll be there in 10 minutes. Speaking of this, Baizetsu didn't hesitate anymore, turned his head quickly, and ran forward at full speed. Very soon. It hasn't been 10 minutes yet. We're there. Baizetsu smiled and pointed at the house in front of him. This is our home. Take a look, is it the delivery location? After the words fell, Madara frowned slightly, glanced at the express delivery slip, then looked at the door number, and found that there was indeed no mistake here, so he took out the package. Hurry up. Let the people inside come out to sign for it. Signed. Signed. Hearing Madara's words, the white Zetsu in the room also breathed a sigh of relief and ran out immediately. However, just when he was about to accept the inspection, suddenly, Madara stared at the young man in front of him, his face slightly stunned. You guy, aren't you behind us? How come you got here faster than us? That's right. Didn't this guy claim to be the sender's brother? How did he get here faster than them? After the words fell, the white Zetsu's face froze, and he quickly said seriously, Actually, I have a twin brother. The one you saw in front of you is not actually me. Do you think I'm a fool? The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Just when the hidden black Zetsu thought he was about to be exposed, he was ready to let all the white Zetsu take risks. When he came out and fought hard. Suddenly, the phone rang again. Banara. Hello. Banara. Why is your phone out of credit? I recharged it for you. Does it take so long to deliver a package? It's too slow. The time is running out. This time I have surpassed you in ranking. Humph. I'll let you go first. I will surpass you when I come back. After saying that, Ban turned off the phone directly, and then looked at the text message that appeared for no reason. It said, That is indeed my brother. My father. My grandfather. My mother. Just give it to them directly. Really? I'm not lying to you. Looking at the message that he had suddenly signed for and the fee had been paid, he frowned, raised his head and looked at them lightly. Okay. Signed. After saying that, he ignored the group of weird guys in front of him, tore off the express delivery slip directly, turned his head and disappeared in front of everyone with a jump. Hashirama is actually going to surpass him? How ridiculous! We must go back as soon as possible to let that idiot know who is the most powerful. Suddenly, looking at the disappeared figure, all the Zetsu breathed a sigh of relief. Plan C. No need to execute it. Especially Black Zetsu, if he didn't know how to cry, he would have burst into tears this time. But it's all worth it. Looking down at the helmet in front of him, a relieved smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. This must be the protection of his mother. Sure enough. It won't be wrong to stay close to his mother. Then he waved his hand and looked at all the white Zetsu who were looking at the helmet. Hurry back. We have to save my mother. And the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Tell 9527 that it doesn't matter if you are slower next time. Don't let that guy deliver the goods again. Almost. It would really be over. 110 You fake. After returning to the cave, nearly 5,000 white Zetsu troops, led by Black Zetsu, put on their helmets and rushed into the game, ready to protect the Lord Kagaya in their hearts. En Kagaya Otsutsuki. She was very annoyed after being killed so many times in a row. Especially, she found that there was a line of words on her head. Golden Kagaya Otsutsuki. And there was a strange red thing next to it. Once this thing was cleared, she would be forced to leave here and return to the Dark Seal. She was even more angry. So, what is this thing? Where are Black Zetsu and White Zetsu now? The angry Kagaya Otsutsuki went online again, looking at the players in front who seemed to have found her again, and gathered in front again, and roared, "Damn humans! Destroy them all! The boss has appeared! Everyone hurry up! Go! Kill the boss, change equipment and rank up!" However, for these guys, Kagaya Otsutsuki is just a boss, and they are not afraid of her at all. All of a sudden, all the players rushed up. At this time, wood release, Tree World arrives. A cold snort sounded. Everyone couldn't help but look up, and immediately saw the handsome figure standing on the giant tree. It's the god of Ninja World. The god of Ninja World is also here to kill the boss tonight. Damn it! We have no hope. This is one of the strongest people in the Ninja World rankings. And if he is here, it means that Shura of Ninja World is also here. However, after waiting for a while, Uchiha Madara did not appear, and everyone looked at each other in confusion. No Ninja World. Why is Shura of Ninja World not here? Just received a message from Konoha that Shura of Ninja World seems to be out delivering express, and it is impossible for him to arrive in a short time. Someone shouted this, and everyone suddenly realized. No wonder he is gone. It turns out that he went out to earn a living. At this time, the battle also started. Some people still wanted to get a share of the pie even if the god of Ninja World was here. After all, this is a game. If it were real, they might be afraid, but in a game, who is the god of Ninja World? Especially a figure, a mysterious player called Bounty Hunter, also rushed up together, and occasionally hit the god of Ninja World beside him. How daring! The melee started again. The already furious Kagaya Otsutsuki didn't care about anything else at this time, and used whatever was powerful. And after fighting for almost a day and a night, her strength seemed to have increased a lot. She began to get used to it slowly. After a while, there were corpses everywhere, but after a while, these guys who were supposed to be dead rushed up again. Why is that? Could it be that the humans in this world have also become immortal? Various ninjutsu and blood inheritance emerged. The health bar above Kagaya Otsutsuki's head was also constantly decreasing. She knew when this bar was cleared, she would be forced to leave here, but she was the ancestor of Chakra. How could she be defeated by these humans and leave in a mess? They must be scared. And where are Black Zetsu and the others now? Time kept passing. Many were killed continuously, and they could no longer bear the loss of equipment, durability and money due to death. Players who were punished by death began to be afraid to enter the field, but Hashirama, relying on blood bottles and his own attributes and equipment, still held on. He is worthy of being the god of Ninja World. Sure enough, this boss is going to be killed by the god of Ninja World again. At this time, kill. Protect mom. Protect Kagaya-sama. A roar suddenly came from behind, and under everyone's doubts, a group of people rushed over with ferocious faces to grab the boss. But a group of level 1 novices dared to grab the boss? Just when everyone was confused, the White Zetsu army also took advantage of this gap and rushed forward directly, rushing into the most intense battlefield in an instant. Of course, many White Zetsu were affected by the battle and sacrificed at this time, but they still rushed forward fearlessly, shouting strange slogans such as protecting mom and protecting Kagaya-sama. Kagaya? Kagaya Otsutsuki? Is it this big boss? The son of the boss? What are these guys doing here? It seems to be a newly applied account. And Kagaya Otsutsuki also noticed it, especially their slogan and the number of little white man XXX and the long line of words in front of little black who protects the honor of his mother, which made her face slightly stunned, but she still avoided the attack and rushed over there. After hesitating for a moment, she looked at him, Black Zetsu. However, unexpectedly, "Don't call me by this name." Black Zetsu did not call her mom as she thought, but stared at her with a ferocious face. "You fake. You are not worthy of calling me Black Zetsu. Only a real mother can call me that." "Is it really Black Zetsu? But why is it so?" Just when she was puzzled and confused, suddenly, "It looks like you're about to be killed by this bunch of rubbish." Black Zetsu stared at her again with a ferocious expression, sneering, "In that case, let me defend my mother's honor myself." As he said that, he stabbed a knife forward. "Take my knife." "Black Zetsu. You actually attacked me too?" Otsutsuki Kagaya was shocked, her eyes seemed to turn red, and she looked at Black Zetsu in front of her in disbelief. "Are you the same as Hago Romo Hamura? I didn't expect you to know this." A knife fell. Just when Otsutsuki Kagaya was disappointed and thought she would leave again. However, -1. A small red symbol appeared on her body. The two looked at each other. The scene was silent again. After a while, "Ha ha ha!" A burst of laughter sounded, and everyone looked at Black Zetsu and the others. "A bunch of new rookies dare to grab the boss. This doesn't break the defense at all. I'm almost laughing to death. Ha ha ha!" And Black Zetsu at this time, he also found that he couldn't kill the fake in front of him at all, and a panic expression appeared on his face. "Damn it! Can't I protect my mother's honor even here? My honor?" Kagaya Otsutsuki was stunned and frowned in confusion. "Why do you say that? Shut up! You fake! Fake! You're pretending pretty well. I've been waiting for you to fulfill my will." "Black Zetsu, where is this place?" "Oh? You even know this? I am me, Kagaya Otsutsuki, the ancestor of Chakra, the god who brought Chakra to this planet." Kagaya Otsutsuki looked at Black Zetsu with an unexpected look. "Tell me, where is this place? Where are Hago Romo and Hamura? And what about the task I gave you?" At this time, looking at Kagaya Otsutsuki, who looked more and more like his mother and stared at him, Black Zetsu's heart trembled slightly. Looking at her with a bit of disbelief, hesitantly asked, "Are you really my mother?" Impossible." He raised his voice, "My mother was not sealed. Why did she come here? I felt a trace of Chakra. After catching it, I came to this strange place." As he said that, Kagaya looked around expressionlessly, looking at the group of humans around who seemed to be stopped by Baiju and could not come for the time being. He lowered his head a little disappointedly. "Are they sent by Yuyi and Hamura to deal with me?" That's not it." Black Zetsu scratched his head, as if he had already believed that the person in front of him was his mother, but he suddenly didn't know how to explain. "This is a game, or you can say it's an illusion. The technique here is very strange. It was developed from the ninja sect created by Yuyi, but the ninja sect was secretly destroyed by me a long time ago. What can I say? Anyway, it's very complicated. As for being unkillable, these guys are players. They can't be killed here." "Players?" Kagaya Otsutsuki frowned again, but after a while, she ignored it, stared at Black Zetsu in front of her, and said lightly, "Who asked you to kill me?" After the words fell, "Black Zetsu, degree. Fuck. Are you talking about yourself?" Just when he was about to turn around and point at the white Zetsu behind him, saying that he was bewitched, suddenly, all the surviving white Zetsu pointed at Black Zetsu expressionlessly, and then the resurrected white Zetsu also pointed at him expressionlessly. It was Black Zetsu who wanted to do this. That's right. That's right. Black Zetsu wanted to do this. People said they want to kill Kagaya-sama. These idiots! Are you going to change to Black Zetsu? Black Zetsu's forehead seemed to be sweating, but when he saw his mother staring at him, he quickly approached her with excitement and shouted, "Mom! I miss you so much. In order to protect you, I brought all the white Zetsu here. At this time, it's time to end. This boss is mine." Uchiha Madara's voice suddenly came over, "Ha ha ha. Hashirama." Hashirama also reacted and looked at Madara, who suddenly appeared. "Madara. Why are you here?" "Ha ha ha. I came back specially with Susanoo." Hashirama. "Damn it. Don't steal my boss." Madara. "The boss is mine." Madara. Hashirama. Under the confusion of the crowd, the two ignored the boss and started fighting directly. "So, aren't you going to grab the boss?" 111 Call. Fuyu also noticed what happened in the game, and was immediately moved by the mother-son relationship between Black Zetsu and them. So, after thinking about it, he modified the original boss's task. A task was set up, and the task was divided into two camps, one for hunting down Kagaya Otsutsuki, and the other for protecting Kagaya Otsutsuki. A safe area was also divided. When Kagaya Otsutsuki entered the early stage of the game, she would stay in this place and wait, unless the players in the protection camp were at a disadvantage. Otherwise, Kagaya Otsutsuki would never come out. It gave Black Zetsu, the filial son, plenty of time to chat with his mother. Of course, the game planning was also a great success. The competition between the two sides promoted the sales of the gift pack. It's really a win-win situation. I guess Black Zetsu and the others will definitely thank him in his heart. As a businessman with the will of fire, he has always refused to fight and kill. If there are any grudges, just solve them in the game. I didn't see it. Didn't he even kill the other two Otsutsuki? Instead, he opened another room, treated them to delicious food and drinks, and made them the big boss in the game. It's just a little unexpected. After experiencing so many disasters, the Zetsu actually hid so much money. You know, that helmet is not cheap. I don't know how many gift bags can the White Zetsu army buy next? Uchiha is rich. Only sincere business, never cheating. Soon. This winter is over. Since the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara entered the game, the village has been much calmer, and nothing has happened in the ninja world. It is estimated that the 5 major ninja villages are now focusing on how to develop the alien ninja world. Of course, the tragic story of the 70-year-old grandmother looking for her grandson on the internet is still going on. It is really sad to hear it. However, it has been half a year, why hasn't Scorpion appeared yet? If Zionin hadn't said that Scorpion has been making figures in the Rain Country, he would have thought that Scorpion had gone in again, so he couldn't see his grandmother. I looked for his video. Of course. This is someone else's family affair, and has nothing to do with him. I didn't see it. Even Yekang, a ninja from the Sand Village, didn't care about this matter? I just don't know. If she can really reach the alien ninja world, after knowing that she was killed by the 4th Kazekage, will she kill the 4th Kazekage directly? As for the alien ninja world, Fuyu Milk Tea is doing very well. Look at the map. In just 2 months, 50 branches have been opened. It's just around the corner for milk tea shops to occupy the land of fire. And Hanabi will call her sister in another ninja world from time to time. Last time, Fuyu secretly heard Boruto say that Hayashi from another ninja world has been gloomy during this period, and he is practicing soft fist very seriously in the courtyard. That momentum. It's quite scary. You know, since the end of the 4th Ninja World War, he has retired and rarely touched physical skills and ninjutsu. Now he suddenly practiced again. Needless to say. No wonder Fuyu always feels that this winter is so cold. To Hayashi. Of course the problem is not big. I believe that I can still escape with my own strength. As for the other Orochimaru, Fuyu also chatted with him for a while. After all, Fuyu Milk Tea was able to open 50 stores in just 2 months, thanks to the help of Orochimaru. I lent him some of the phone rights so that he could call Orochimaru here. Of course, Orochimaru paid for it. Otherwise, how could it be possible to open 50 stores in just 2 months? Look. This is the pattern. He didn't even blink when he took out a few 100 million. Compared to Orochimaru who defected for 1 billion, he is not in the same league at all. I heard that now when he has free time, he will stay in the milk tea shop, drinking milk tea and talking on the phone for a long time, living a very leisurely life. I believe that with the help of 2 Orochimaru and 1 second-generation Hokage, maybe the 2 ninja worlds can really achieve a successful meeting? So, during this period, there is nothing going on at the Fuyu group. Not only is the virtual reality game business here very good, but Fuyu milk tea in another ninja world is also thriving. Really interesting rich milk tea. To be honest, even I was attracted to it. I don't know why every time I pass by, I want to buy a cup. But I have studied his formula and even copied his milk tea, but I found nothing. You have also copied his milk tea formula. Orochimaru heard what the other ninja world said, and his mouth twitched slightly. Remembered the past, they clearly agreed to study the cells of the first generation of Hokage together, but what did that guy invite him to do? Study milk tea, barbecue, movies. He sighed helplessly and shook his head. That guy is very weird. To be honest, I still suggest you not to study his stuff. Really? How many times has Danzo gone bankrupt? Think about it now, a 60-year-old man is still rebuilding the root group. I heard that this time he is going to seize the opportunity and occupy the market of the alien ninja world first. He also said that as long as he is 1 step faster, the root group will be able to move faster and surpass the rich group. Result: before the family members went there, 50 milk tea shops were already opened. What's the fun? I don't know what will happen when Danzo, who is ambitious, crosses the gate and comes to the alien ninja world to make a big move, but sees that everyone in Konoha already has a cup of milk tea. I'm afraid he will have a myocardial infarction. How is the heart disease technology of the medical ninja over there? Not bad. What's wrong? No. Just asking. Sure enough, the other ninja world is just another ninja world after all. I didn't expect that the other me would ask about the medical ninja. I heard about you from Sasuke and Boruto. I thought you were a terrible guy. Now it seems you are also studying this ninja world. What an honor. So, betraying the village for 1 billion and opening a black-hearted factory for money, isn't that just a way for you to cover up your tracks? The other side finished talking. There was silence here. Then, there was silence on the other side as well. Finally, forget it. Let's not talk about this. Orochimaru on the other side sighed with a helpless tone. Let's talk about how to open the 2 ninja worlds. Recently, the ninja world here is also quite turbulent, maybe you can help then. I don't care about these anymore. Although the Orochimaru on the other side seems to be a little small-minded, he is another self after all, and there is also the second Hokage to help, which is quite helpful for their experiments. Therefore, other things let's wait until we meet to deal with them. Then he seemed to remember something and asked curiously, since so many things have been known, Kagaya Otsutsuki on your side should have been solved. The Otsutsuki clan is really curious. Should have been solved. What do you mean by should? Then Kagaya Otsutsuki seems to have become the boss in the game now, and she has to die dozens of times every day. 112 is about to succeed. So, that's it, our plan has been discovered, and the person in the sky that Mom mentioned has also been solved by the ninja world. Now the entire ninja world is in peace, even the moon has access to the internet, and express delivery can be sent from the ninja world to the moon. Perhaps it is because of the virtual base station that Mom can catch a trace of signal and come here. After hearing what Black Zetsu said, Kagaya Otsutsuki was stunned. The world has changed so much now. You know, thousands of years are nothing to the Otsutsuki clan, but those humans have changed so much in such a short time. But the people in the sky, have they also been solved? Kagaya Otsutsuki's eyes flashed with a hint of complexity and melancholy. They are unkillable, how can the ninja world kill them? After the wedge is successfully thawed, they will be resurrected again. Wedge. Could it be thought the wedge was not generated in time? This should not be. Black Zetsu pondered for a while. White Zetsu didn't notice any changes at the time. Then what happened to them in the end? Black Zetsu hesitated. Just like my mother, they are now trapped in this game and become a boss, but they can't be like my mother, who can't go offline after being killed. After hearing Black Zetsu's explanation, the originally cold Otsutsuki Kagaya was stunned again. She recalled her experiences in the past few days. Killed again. I didn't expect it. Have those guys also fallen to this point? Where are they now? Why haven't I seen them in the past few days? They are different from my mother. They are in the Otsutsuki dungeon. And as the ultimate boss, not everyone can kill them at will. Only those who have obtained the Otsutsuki invitation can see them. But no one has successfully cleared the level yet. Black Zetsu pondered for a moment. He had also collected a lot of game information for his mother in the past few days. Maybe the Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara should be able to pass it together. I don't know if they can pass it alone. After the words fell, Kagaya was silent again, and then he looked at Black Zetsu with a sullen face. Then why am I like this? Why did she? As soon as she came up, someone swiped. This is probably Mom sneaked in. Black Zetsu said carefully, so, that Uchiha Fuyu deliberately set it up like this. That guy can manipulate and modify this game. Of course, patting his chest, don't worry, Mom, even if Uchiha Madara has discovered us now, we have never given up. I believe that as long as we continue to hide, we will definitely find a chance to rescue Mom. And we have found someone who can inherit Madara. At first he refused, but now think about it, isn't this a good idea? After all, that Uchiha Fuyu is really scary. As his daughter, maybe she can get unexpected gains at that time? She will definitely become a strong person and successfully open the samsara eye. Said. Seeing the reminder on the task bar, and knowing that the task has begun, she quickly said, I'm going out to perform the task. The white Zetsu who protects my mother has been working hard to upgrade these days. I believe we will never let anyone disturb my mother. After saying that, he rushed out directly and gathered all the white Zetsu of the God Tree Union to fight against the hunting camp. Thanks to this task, during this period, many stupid humans have joined them to protect their mother together. What a bunch of idiots! And Kagaya Otsutsuki silently looked at the black Zetsu who left, and then looked at the cage where she was imprisoned. Although it is not as dark here as in the seal, she can't move here either. And she can't hurt others, and others can't hurt her. She can only take action when the protection camp is at a disadvantage. Touching the flowers and plants in front of her, staring with her eyes, she muttered to herself, Uchiha Fuyu. The descendants of Yui. I heard that Orochimaru's research was very successful. After the call, Hanabi rushed over with an excited face, maybe in a short time, we can reach another ninja world. As she said that, she pinched Doraemon beside her and said happily, then Doraemon will be able to see another grandfather. After the words fell. However, Fuyu could only smile awkwardly. Although he was very happy to be able to go to another ninja world, but hey, let's not talk about it. Going to another ninja world, I guess, in addition to being able to upgrade him, the only thing that makes him happy is probably to hear Sasuke call him uncle. It's not easy. Of course. If the other ninja world is really connected, there will still be a lot of trouble. After all, the enemies who originally died in another ninja world may still be alive in this ninja world. Therefore, who knows how many brain-twisted people will come to assassinate. And those who have families here may also have families in another ninja world. If the wife, husband, next to them is not the same person, it is estimated that there will be chaos. The chaos during the resurrection some time ago just passed not long ago. Hey? Shouldn't the Hokage be in charge of these? Why do you care so much? At this time. By the way, Hanabi said cheerfully again, they are going to conduct experiments on the ruins of the ancient country of Lulin, so, in order to facilitate communication, another Orochimaru asked me to ask you if you can open a few milk tea shops in the Kingdom of Wind. After hearing what Hanabi said, Fuyo was slightly stunned, and then he sighed with emotion, that Orochimaru is such a good person. He was actually planning to let him open his business in the Kingdom of Wind. If Danzo really has a myocardial infarction at that time, no Orochimaru will be innocent. Then thank him for his help. Build it. Build it. By the way, as if thinking of something, ask Orochimaru how good their medical ninja's heart treatment technology is. Why ask this? Have you started the experiment? Orochimaru, I was right about you. If you succeed, don't worry. I will never treat you unfairly. No need. Just transfer the research funds to me. I will tell the Hokage. Excuse me. I'm going to hang up first. Wait a minute, Advisor Danzo, how is your heart? Great. What's wrong? That's good. The most important thing for a person is to be happy and think positively about everything. Like me, I was caught in the end, but I'm still living a good life, right? That's it, bye. Danzo looked at the phone in confusion. Why did Orochimaru ask this? Is he worried that he has a heart disease? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but lower his head, touched his chest, frowned slightly, and muttered to himself, could that guy see that there is something wrong with my body? But why can't he feel it? He can eat and drink every day, jump and jump, he's pretty healthy. Forget it. Let's arrange for a medical ninja to check it out later. Danzo, who couldn't see anything, sighed, shook his head, and didn't pay attention anymore. With both hands leaning on the golden dragon-headed cane, his expression was condensed, and he looked forward as if there was light in his eyes. Is it going to succeed? Getting closer. Getting closer. He even seemed to have seen that the root group was one step faster than the rich group, and finally dominated the world of ninjas. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Maybe it's time to open it. Meeting. A meeting for the development of the ninja world. When the time comes, he will just let everyone execute his orders, no need to waste time. After the words fell, the golden dragon head crutch held in both hands seemed to flicker slightly in the sun. That was a light full of vision for the future. 113 Plan. The root group's plan to conquer the ninja world. First, from now on, stock up on best-selling and usable goods in the ninja world to avoid a shortage of goods at that time. Second, the war has already begun at this moment, and it is absolutely necessary to prevent the rich group from discovering the actions of the root group. Third, at the moment when the news of success comes, no matter when, everyone must take action, enter the ninja world, occupy the market at the first moment, even if it is a loss, it does not matter. It is absolutely necessary to take the lead in getting the name of the root group out, and quickly establish the root group's industry in the ninja world. Fourth, at the same time, we must also collect as much local intelligence as possible, especially pay attention to the reputation of the root does not seem to be very good there, and try to avoid being associated with the root over there. When he thought of this, Danzo cursed himself in the other ninja world. What kind of things did he do? Assassinating the Hokage, provoking relations between neighboring countries, and destroying the Uchiha clan in the end, he did nothing and became a joke. Shameful. If he was not just the Shimura Danzo of this ninja world, it is estimated that Sasuke would have directly attacked him at that time. What if the enemies of the other root organization knew that the root group here was the evolution of the former root organization? I am afraid there will be another wave of boycotts. Then his plan in the different ninja world will be difficult to carry out. That guy. What a fool. Nothing. So, when he goes to the different ninja world, he must act quickly. Advertise well. Disassociate. The funds for this research are from the root group. At the moment of success, we will receive the news first, and our only advantage is that it is faster than the rich group. Therefore, no matter what, the actions of the root group during this period must not be discovered by others. Danzo's eyes condensed, and he knocked on the blackboard beside him, indicating that these are all the key points, and I have memorized them all. When the news of success comes, the goods will enter at the first moment. The most important thing this time is not to make money. Not to make money. Not to make money. But to quickly make the name of the root group famous, no matter what the means, newspapers, TV, or other, all advertisements must be taken down. As he spoke, he glanced at his crouching dragon and phoenix, left arm and right arm in front of him. The third generation Hokage, the ninjutsu doctor sent by the ninja world, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Once a senior consultant of Konoha, known as the think tank of Konoha, Mito Kato-en. At this stage, in order to avoid too many people knowing, we can only let these two people come to the meeting temporarily. When the door is opened, they will be divided into 3 groups, and the 3 of them will lead the employees of the root group to perform their respective tasks. As for the others, just follow the orders seriously, so as to avoid having to re-meet at that time, which greatly saves time. The root group knows very little about the other ninja world market, but the rich group is the same, so holding the dragon head cane tightly with both hands, the momentum of 3 consecutive bankruptcies but never giving up surged out. This is our only chance. It can let us defeat the rich group in another ninja world. Said. Looking at the thoughtful Sarutobi Hiruzen and the confused Mito Kato-en, so, I'll leave it to you this time. Smiled, Hiruzen. Don't worry. Since it's an opportunity, how can we, the root group, not seize it? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with a smile. Since we have already promised to continue working hard with Danzo, let's try our best. I will perfect the plan after I go back. Although the different ninja world sounds incredible, we have never given up. This time is the same. Mito Kato-en also came back from the surprise in his mind and looked at Danzo. Who are we? Konoha F4. There are only 3 people. It would be great if Kasuke also joined, he would definitely be able to quickly collect information about another ninja world. Ha ha ha. With a loud laugh, the 3 looked at each other. The breeze blew slowly, brushing the leaves, making a rustling sound, and the grey hair on the head was also fluttering in the wind. At this moment, the 3 seemed to have returned to that year. That year, the second generation of Hokage died, and the various ninja villages were eyeing Konoha, and Konoha was in internal and external troubles. A few young people stood up and successfully protected Konoha. At this moment, Fuyu didn't know yet the root group had already begun to mobilize before he went to the alien ninja world. Of course, he wouldn't care even if he knew. After all, he never cared much about it. To be honest, he really couldn't understand why Danzo liked to defeat his Fuyu group so much. It seemed that it had been like this since the root milk tea, and until now he had failed so many times and gone bankrupt so many times, but he still hadn't given up and stood up again. He was really getting stronger with age. Maybe this was Danzo. He never gave up in order to realize his dream. If he knew now, Fuyu would definitely ask about his heart in advance. It didn't work a few days. The milk tea shop in the Wind Country was quickly opened. It can be seen that the wisdom of the 2 Orochimaru, the second generation Hokage, and the 5 major ninja villages has been gathered. The progress of cross-ninja research is very fast, and they have already started to try. Hearing Hanabi, who would chat on the phone with her whenever she had time, it seems that there is a great hope of success. Maybe. The time to go to the different ninja world is getting closer and closer. By then, maybe the two ninja worlds can play games online together. However, I heard that the Kara organization has been very active during this period, so the 5 major ninja villages are also very busy. When he goes there, maybe he can add another boss to the game. During this period, he is quite leisurely, playing games from time to time, and checking the opinions of players, and what needs to be updated or modified. You bastard! Low-level human! Otsutsuki Momoshiki looked at Fuyu angrily. The moment he saw him, he turned on the violent mode without hesitation. Many black stripes appeared on his body, and the horns on his head became vertical. He rushed up with a roar, "How dare you humiliate me like this?" Since some time ago, he has never been calm. There are more strange monsters around, and the flowers, plants, and trees have changed, but he is still trapped in this place. It was also from then on. As long as someone holds something with a picture of the Samsara eye, they can come to his place. It's really annoying. At the beginning, he killed them all, but as time went on, there's no end to Tien. Up to 100 times a day, he is tired of killing. And as time goes by, the group of guys who can't be killed become stronger and stronger. Even several people successfully surrounded and killed him, making him explode some equipment, and then dance on his body. At that moment, he lay motionless on the ground. Only the group of low-level humans were happily touching him. This is simply a shame. With a ferocious face, Otsutsuki Momoshiki rushed to Fuyu and clawed directly, "I will kill you. Low-level human." However, Fuyu is a GM. A mere boss wants to kill the GM? Dream on. Even if he doesn't wear a divine outfit, he can't kill this guy. He blew him up, then nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "Xiao Tao is still Xiao Tao. She is not passive. She is still so unique and directly confronts the players." Everyone is very satisfied. Unlike the other one who is always slacking off. 114 experiments. He didn't say anything nonsense. This guy who kept talking about low-level humans and had a proud face was directly made into an emoticon and a ghost video by the players who were interested in him. The click rate is quite good, catching up with the dance of Princess Orakai back then. If Burrito was not here, he would definitely like it very much. After leaving the furious Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Fuyu came to Otsutsuki Urashiki. Compared with Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Otsutsuki Urashiki here seemed quite leisurely. He was fishing slowly with a fishing rod by the river. He stood up only after he seemed to sense someone coming. "Guys! Here comes the one who kills us." Otsutsuki Urashiki seemed to be immersed in the game. He stood up happily with a fishing rod, but when he saw the person coming, he was slightly stunned. Then, with a playful smile on his face, he said, "I didn't expect that the creator of this world is here." The tone was a bit weird. "Excuse me, what do you want to do with me?" "Nothing. I just came here to kill monsters." Fuyu shrugged and looked at him indifferently. "Don't think this guy seems very calm and kind. But this guy, once he gets crazy, he is a guy who deserves a beating more than Otsutsuki Momoshiki. However, usually, he is still quite easy to talk to. Look at him coming to the ninja world, and you can tell without killing anyone. Basically, they just leave it alone after defeating them. You are so boring." Otsutsuki Urashiki didn't care, and said happily, "You are still playing such a boring game. Didn't you create this place? As long as you want, can't everything be created?" As he said, he lowered his head as if looking at something. "Wait a minute, let me see what good things can be exploded on my body today, hey? It seems that there is nothing good. It's okay. I just came to set a record. That's right. As long as you want, you can get it directly. It doesn't matter what I have. Otsutsuki Urashiki nodded with a smile, and then looked at Fuyu. Then since I am so cooperative, can you let me ask a few questions? What is this guy going to do? Before Fuyu agreed, he heard Otsutsuki Urashiki curiously asked, how is Zyotao now? Same as you. He is really a senior in front of people and Zyotao behind people. Is that really the case? That's too bad. Otsutsuki Urashiki nodded, pondered for a moment, and continued with a smile, then can we meet? To be honest, I haven't seen Zyotao for a long time, and I really miss her. Didn't you say something about combining work and rest? We have all been the boss for so long, it's time for us to take a break, drink tea, and complain to each other. In this way, I can also help you persuade Zyotao to play the role of boss well. It seems that this guy has collected a lot of information from players during this period. Fuyu looked at Otsutsuki Urashiki with a strange face, but he didn't care about it. After all, let alone they are here, even if they are really resurrected, they will not be his opponents. After a pause, considering that these two bosses have their own ideas after all, what if both of them are passive and lazy? Although I can force control, but this will probably be less tricky. Okay. I'll give you a holiday then. Fuyu finally nodded. It just so happens that Otsutsuki Kagaya is here too, and you can chat together then. Thank you so much. Hearing that Kagaya was also caught, Otsutsuki Urashiki's mouth twitched, nodded with a wry smile, and said nothing more, and stretched out the fishing hook. Next I have to act hard. After saying that, he rushed over instantly. However, Fuyu beat them directly, without any tricks. Then he took a look and climbed to the first place in the shortest time for single-player clearance. Then he nodded with satisfaction and muttered to himself, this should stimulate them to buy the power-up gift pack again. To be honest, originally, he planned to use the method of teasing Madara in the past few years to tease Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, let them compete with each other, and then he would be quietly sealed and disappear without a trace. However, thinking of Madara's current financial situation, he felt forget it. You can't just pick one sheep to fleece. It's not easy for them to deliver express. If you really want to fleece, you can find Black Zetsu. Therefore, just stimulate consumption a little bit, let them fight for it, and don't drag it out. Fuyu, who quit the game, sighed, I am really a conscientious entrepreneur. Time flies. Soon. Summer is coming soon. In the past few months, there are wins and losses between the hunting camp and the guarding camp. The White Zetsu army has also grown up and established the God Tree Guild. They have the same equipment and level, and have always been doing the tasks of the guarding camp. They have never joined the hunting camp, and they are curious. The gift packs are usually several thousand or tens of thousands. At the same time, the unions are extremely united. Therefore, they are also quite famous in the game. And Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama also established their own unions with their respective fans, and still confronted each other. However, compared to Hashirama, the demolition household, although Madara's personal strength is not inferior to Hashirama, the overall strength of the union is a little worse. The game is still thriving. On the other side, this is the ruins of the ancient Lulan kingdom that has disappeared in the legend. What a pity! If we can open a milk tea shop here, it will be more convenient for us. No need to run so far. Coming out of the city not far away, holding milk tea in his hand, Orochimaru said happily while drinking, don't say that this summer limited edition is very delicious, the second cup is half price, please enjoy it, second generation master. Said. Handed the other cup of milk tea in his hand to the cold-faced Senju Tobirama in front of him. Humph! Now is the critical moment. Having worked together for so long, Senju Tobirama did not refuse and took it directly. How is your inquiry? If you trace it back, it seems that the two of them have been studying together since the Black-Hearted Processing Factory. To be honest, he actually admires the little monkey as his apprentice, but this guy is a bit unkind. Oppressing the dead, but not paying. Is it decent? Too unbecoming. After a while, at the agreed time, both sides will stimulate together to see if they can activate this space-time tunnel. Orochimaru didn't care, and still said with a smile, if you calculate the time, it's almost time. Glancing at his cell phone, he checked the time with the other party. The alien ninja world is getting closer and closer to us. Glancing at the ruins of the ancient kingdom of Lulan, there was a familiar seal engraved on it. He could guess who it was. With a playful smile on his face, it seems that the fourth generation should have been here before. Maybe he has also reached another ninja world. Otherwise, why seal this place? After the words fell, suddenly, the cell phone made a beep. Orochimaru smiled and nodded. You can start preparing. 1 minute is the agreed time. Said. At this time, Senju Tobirama also became serious. The two of them jumped directly to their respective positions, with solemn expressions. After unlocking the seals above, they stood still and stared at the front. Exactly 1 minute later, the two retreated quickly, and at the same time, they formed seals with their hands, and shouted, "Explosion!" The words fell. Countless detonating tags emerged from the desert. In the blink of an eye. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions instantly raised a cloud of dust. Not far away. The two were staring at it carefully without blinking, not daring to relax for a moment. Finally, the explosion that lasted for several minutes finally disappeared. The dust settled. If it weren't for the support of the 5 major ninja villages, this experiment would not be something that ordinary people could do. Orochimaru looked at the desert in front of him that had calmed down. Although there was still some dust, it did not hinder their sight. It just seems to have failed. I don't know what happened over there. However, just as he finished speaking, Senju Tobirama on the side was still staring with burning eyes. No. Maybe it's not a failure. I just felt a special chakra fluctuation. Hearing Tobirama's words, Orochimaru was slightly stunned, his pupils shrank instantly, and after a while, he put on a playful smile on his face again. It seems this is not a failure. As he said, a pair of eyeballs appeared on his tongue. That was a pair of special reincarnation eyes. He smiled and said, next, we should try other methods. The eyes on Otsutsuki Urashiki. Senju Tobirama looked at the pair of sticky eyes with some disdain, and then pondered for a while. We must find a ninja who is sensitive to time and space. Can't you? I can do it too. It's just that if there is another one, the sensing range will be increased, and maybe other things can be discovered. It's a pity that the 4th generation probably doesn't have time. Is that so? Orochimaru frowned, pondered for a moment, seemed to remember something, and narrowed his eyes again. There is another person whose space-time ninjutsu is also good. 115. What if it is exposed? Obito, are you happy? Obito, who had just walked into the Hokage's office, was confused and supported his chin with both hands, staring at his Minato teacher seriously. Why did he ask him if he was happy as soon as he came in? Haha, nothing. Minato looked at the stunned Obito, laughed, and said, this is just the teacher caring about his students. Then Minato teacher Obito always felt something was wrong, but he didn't know what was wrong. He hesitated and asked, is there anything you want to ask me to do? There is indeed a task that needs to be asked of you. Of course, let's not talk about this for now. Minato smiled and shook his head, then glanced at Obito in front of him, but there was a hint of complexity in his eyes. Flashed by. Finally, he sighed, pondered for a moment, and asked in a serious tone, recently, Have you felt a little chest tightness? Depressed? Eye pain? Irritable or something? Or have you encountered anything unhappy? No. Then do you feel that the ninja world is boring, not worth it, and ready to destroy the ninja world? What kind of questions does this Minato teacher ask? Who would destroy the ninja world for no reason? Obito looked at Minato teacher, who was a little weird today with a black line on his face. No, that's good. No, that's good. Minato teacher, what do you want to talk to me about? Thought thou is your relationship with the two top ninjas of Kirigakure, Yokoto, recently? Women will only affect me. Before he finished speaking, Minato nodded with satisfaction. Very good. It seems that there should be no problem. So, what is the problem with me? Obito looked at Minato teacher with resentment. Minato teacher, what do you want to say to me? Teacher just wants to say one thing to you. Minato sighed, raised his head at a 45-degree angle with a melancholy face, as if he turned into a poet. If life deceives you, don't be sad, don't be anxious. You need to be calm in the days of depression, believe it, happy days will come. So, what's the matter? Oh, nothing, just what I said just now. I have a task to trouble you. That's it. That's it. Really? Really? Then I'll take it. And, Minato teacher, please tell me directly if you have any tasks in the future. For no reason, he asked him what happiness, what unhappy things, and what happy days would come. Obito looked at Minato unhappily. I almost thought I was going to die. Haha, I've said that this is just the teacher caring about his students. Then I'll go down first. Thank you for your help. When we get there, Orochimaru and the others will tell you the details. Minato smiled and waved his hand. Until the door was closed, he sighed and shook his head. It's time to let him know. After all, Obito will know it sooner or later. On the other side, Obito accepted the mission, went home to prepare for a while and set off immediately. The mission destination is the ancient kingdom of Lulin. From here to there, although you can take the high-speed rail, the distance is quite long. If you set off now, you will probably arrive at night at the earliest. However, Obito remembered what Minato said, frowned, and muttered to himself, it seems this mission should be quite difficult. Otherwise, why would Minato-sensei care about him so much for no reason? And he's so mysterious. And it seems that the mission is also carried out by one of the former three ninjas of Konoha, Orochimaru, and the second-generation Hokage of Konoha, Senju Tobirama. If he is included with such a team, the mission difficulty must exceed S level no matter how you look at it. But what kind of mission will it be? He hasn't heard of any major events in the ninja world in the past few days. After buying the ticket and getting on the high-speed train, Obito frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about something. After a while, the train finally departed. Obito relaxed his frown and muttered to himself, we'll know when we get there. Why am I thinking about this alone? There is no information now, how can he analyze anything? But no matter what, as a ninja of Konoha, he will not give up no matter how dangerous the mission is. At this time, ding! The sound of a message came. Obito came back to his senses, took out his mobile phone, looked at the sender on it, raised his mouth slightly, and then looked at the message again. What are you doing? After thinking for a while, Obito also sent it. Going out on a mission. Is it dangerous? No. It's just a little troublesome. I wish you a successful mission. Looking at this blessing, Obito couldn't help but smile silly, but thinking of what Minato teacher said just now, his eyes became serious again, hesitated for a moment, and tapped the small keyboard on the mobile phone. Women only affect my hand seal speed. No more chatting. I have to go on a mission. Turn off your phone. After sending it, without any hesitation, he turned off his phone. Now, whenever you go out on a mission, you will be forced to turn off your phone if there is nothing else to do. After all, once the three ninjas of Konoha, Lord Jiraiya almost died because of the ringing of his phone while on a mission. You can imagine. It is very dangerous to turn on your phone while on a mission. And it seems that this mission is still very dangerous. If you die at that time. Obito looked at the scenery passing by the window in silence, and the whole person fell silent. Finally, with a serious look, no matter what. As a Konoha ninja, I must complete the mission. It doesn't matter even if it means sacrifice. He is a man who wants to become Hokage. How can he be afraid of sacrifice? That's it. Sitting on the train, Obito set off for the Kingdom of Wind with the will to complete the mission even if he died. Soon after nightfall, he got off at the platform near the ancient Kingdom of Lulin. After getting off the train, he began to hide his identity as a ninja. The moment he left the village, the mission had already begun. You should know that this is a very dangerous mission, and you must be careful no matter what. However, Teacher Minato said that someone would come to pick him up after he arrived at the ruins of the ancient Kingdom of Lulin. So where is he now? Obito hid his identity and quietly mixed in the crowd with Kamui. With the crowd, he slowly came out. Then he frowned slightly, glanced around, and muttered to himself, "There is no useful information here." That's right, there are many people at the high-speed rail station, and it is indeed not the time to meet. So I have to go to the ruins of the ancient Kingdom of Lulin by myself. Before he finished speaking, suddenly, it seems that he saw something. What is that thing? Obito's mouth twitched, and he stared at the front in a daze. I saw. Not far away, beyond the guardrail, two people were holding a sign. And on the sign was written, Uchiha Obito. 5 big characters. Isn't he on a secret and dangerous mission now? How come these two guys are holding a sign to pick him up? What if he's discovered? Obito's face was full of black lines, and he quickly lowered his hat and walked over there, whispering nervously, "What are you doing? This will expose your identity. We are on a mission now." After the words fell. X2. Mission? What mission? Finding a way to the alien ninja world? 116 begins. Sitting in the car, Obito, who was galloping in the desert, now understood what his next mission was. That is, Minato teacher is so sneaky and mysterious. What does he mean? He asked him to go quietly, and asked him if he was happy. This made him think too much. But is there really another ninja world? Uchiha Obito looked at the second generation and Orochimaru in front of him with a shocked face. It's incredible. If it weren't for the second generation here, otherwise, just Orochimaru alone, he would have thought that Orochimaru, this black-hearted guy, was making big promises to cheat funds. It's really incredible. Orochimaru said happily, but it's true. A similar ninja world. Obito sighed with emotion after getting affirmation again, and then raised his mouth slightly, with expectation in his eyes. I don't know if there is another me over there? If so, what will happen? He must have become a Hokage. He. Uchiha Obito. But he wants to become a Hokage. After the words fell, the whole car suddenly fell into silence. Orochimaru and Senju Tobirama, who had heard the general history of another ninja world, looked at him with complicated eyes. This guy. If he knew what he did, would he go crazy? But after thinking about it, he still had to work, so it was better not to talk about this kind of thing for now, lest he lose his mind later. So, after briefly explaining their work, they continued to head towards the experimental base. After a while, the car stopped. Orochimaru opened the door directly, turned his head and looked at Obito with a smile, and said, "Then next I'll trouble you. Don't worry, our tasks here are still quite easy. In your spare time, you can also go online, chat, and play games. As he said, he opened his hands. Welcome to join us. Why has the terrible explosion sounded in the Kingdom of Wind for more than a month? Someone saw the former black-hearted factory owner, the darkest man in the ninja world, Orochimaru, appear in the rich milk tea shop. Is this true or false? Is the sudden appearance of Orochimaru related to the continuous explosions in the Kingdom of Wind? The experiment that lasted for a while was finally discovered. All of a sudden the entire network is about the information about why the explosion occurred in the Kingdom of Wind, but because of the special nature of the alien ninja world, the 5 major ninja villages are unlikely to tell the truth online. Therefore, countless netizens began to be very curious about what happened in the Kingdom of Wind, and speculated what happened. Especially when someone found that Orochimaru also appeared in a rich milk tea shop in the Kingdom of Wind, it caused everyone to speculate. Some people thought that the arrested Orochimaru opened a black-hearted processing factory in the Kingdom of Wind and was blown up by the 5 major ninja villages, and some people thought that it might be that the Sand Village and Orochimaru were secretly researching some terrible weapons. Anyway, the heat on the internet lasted for a long time and did not decrease. Even the heat of the 70-year-old grandmother looking for her grandson was suppressed. And the ninja who knew the truth also kept an eye on the news from the ruins of the ancient country of Lulan. After all, that is the alien ninja world. If it really succeeds, won't they also be able to reach the alien ninja world? At this moment, it's late at night. Danzo frowned slightly and glanced at the message on his phone, then closed the phone and put it aside, then closed his eyes, knelt down, placed his rarely left behind golden cane in front of his knees, and stared blankly at the front. He exuded a calm and peaceful aura, as if he had merged with the night. Not moving. Calm and peaceful. But taking a closer look, it seemed as if a terrible storm was brewing in the silent darkness. When the opportunity came, it would surge out instantly. Time passed bit by bit. The night was getting deeper and deeper, and the whole Konoha seemed to have calmed down, with only a few insects chirping in the courtyard. Everyone fell asleep. I don't know how long it had been. Danzo still didn't move, as if he had fallen asleep. However, only those who knew him well knewhe didn't sleep. Maybe he was still thinking about something madly in his mind now? Some time ago, after Uchiha Obito joined the experiment, the progress of the whole experiment made a leap forward. Especially his pair of Mangeki, which is very sensitive to the fluctuation of time and space, which made the experiment successfully advance several steps. However, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Fuyu. Danzo knew the relationship between these two guys in his heart. There are rumors Uchiha Obito seems to be Uchiha Fuyu's adopted son, and is highly valued by Uchiha Fuyu. Therefore, for Danzo, these two guys are in the same group. Now that Uchiha Obito has joined the experimental team, what if he finds out the plan of the root group and tells the Fuyu group? Wouldn't all the preparations and efforts of the root group during this period be in vain? You know, if the root group wants to defeat the Fuyu group, this is the only chance. But there is no doubt Uchiha Obito is also very important to the experiment. According to what Orochimaru said, it was thanks to the joining of Uchiha Obito that the experiment was able to proceed so quickly. Therefore, it is impossible to kick out Uchiha Obito now. After all, the longer it drags on, the more dangerous it will be for the root group. Only by succeeding earlier can the root group quickly enter the next step, conquering the market of the alien ninja world. At the same time, if it drags on too long, everything the root group does will be more easily discovered by the rich group. So, this is what Danzo has been worried about these days. He was sad that Uchiha Obito told the rich group the news as soon as he succeeded, and he was also worried what if he quit and the whole experiment was postponed? You must know how important this opportunity is to the root group. Danzo sighed slightly with his eyes closed. His eyes were still not open, only his eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. After a moment, he muttered to himself, "My heart is in chaos again. The more critical the moment, the calmer the heart should be, especially at this important moment. No one knows whether the news of success will come tonight or tomorrow night, so you must remain vigilant. As the leader of the root group, he must not mess up. The only thing he can expect now is that Orochimaru can pass the news to him first as agreed, so that he can be one step closer to the rich group. However, it seems that there will be no news today. Danzo sighed and was about to open his eyes and get up to have a good rest. Suddenly, Conquer! 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 The cell phone rang like a drum. Shua! Danzo suddenly opened his eyes, and there seemed to be light in his eyes that directly cut through the darkness. He quickly took the phone and looked at the caller on it, Orochimaru. After a slight pause, he took a deep breath and calmed his heart again. Then he pondered for a moment, with a serious expression, lowered his voice, "Hello." The words fell. Success. 3 simple words came from the other end of the phone. Suddenly, the nervous and serious face showed a faint smile. Did it succeed? Danzo seemed to be relieved. After muttering to himself, he looked at the phone that had ended the call, and without any hesitation, he quickly dialed Sarutobi Hiruzen's phone. Then, holding his breath, he looked at the phone that was still dialing. Time passed bit by bit. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The whole space became quiet again, with only the long dialing sound of the phone. It seemed like a century had passed in just a few seconds. Danzo stared at the phone motionlessly. About 10 seconds later, the phone finally dialed, and before the other party could ask, Danzo said in a flat tone, "Gather." After the words fell, he hung up the phone without hesitation. Holding the golden cane tightly in both hands, he stood there, looking forward, looking through the window at the bright moon in the dark sky. War. Begin. 117 Disturbing People's Dreams. What are you doing? The sudden ring of the phone. The sleeping Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly became impatient. He answered the call dazedly and was about to scold Danzo. Why call him in the middle of the night? It's disturbing my sleep. I didn't see it. Isn't Lake Biwa happy? But on the other side of the phone, 2 short words gather. It instantly woke him up. His sleepy eyes suddenly widened and he immediately understood what it meant. Already? Has it started? He stared at the night outside the window with his eyes solemnly. Today, the sky is still dim. There is only a faint light in the sky, indicating that the sun is trying to rise. It's just a distance. It is estimated that there will be another hour before the sun rises. But time waits for no one. The war has already begun from this moment. Without any hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen flipped over like a monkey, jumped into the air, and quickly put on his clothes. Prepare to summon all employees to join Danzo and Yan to start the battle of the root group to conquer the market of the alien ninja world. Time is very tight. As Danzo said, only by taking the lead can their root group be one step faster than the rich group. This is a critical moment. The huge movement even woke up Lake Biwa next to it. She rubbed her eyes in confusion and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had changed into formal clothes with sleepy eyes. It's not even dawn yet, what are you doing? The square dance hasn't started yet. Humph. I'm not going to dance square dance. Just when Biwako was puzzled by the fact that the old man got up so early for no reason today. Sarutobi Hiruzen had packed up, opened the door, and was about to go out, but he stopped, turned his head and looked at Biwako with a serious face, and said lightly, "The horn of war has sounded." After the words fell, before Biwako could react, he rushed out directly, leaving Biwako with a confused look. What the hell? War? What war? Is there another ninja village that started a war? How come she didn't know? At the same time, the originally quiet Kanahate, this moment it was as if a stone suddenly fell into the calm lake. It immediately splashed countless waves. The lake surface. It was no longer calm. Countless phone calls rang, and countless root group employees were woken up, but under the guarantee of double salary, full attendance, and generous bonuses, they still got up quickly without complaint. Especially as a ninja. It is normal to carry out tasks early in the morning, and there was no surprise. Countless after packing up, the employees quickly rushed to the location sent by the boss. Although they didn't know why the group leader asked them to come to work at this time when it was still dark, there was no doubt that the root group was definitely preparing to do something big. Soon. Within the agreed time, everyone arrived at the designated location. At this time, the three bosses also stood in front, with majestic faces and serious eyes looking in front of them. This scene. All the employees couldn't help but quiet down, looking forward, waiting for the next order. They understood. Today, they were suddenly called so early, there must be something very important. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo seriously and nodded, "My team is assembled." After the words fell, Mito Kato-en on the side also nodded seriously, "My side is also assembled." Very good. Danzo nodded with satisfaction. You have to know that he had prepared for this moment for a long time. He even promised 3 times the salary and various benefits, that's why they came here so quickly. Glanced at the employees gathered in front of him. There are ninjas and ordinary employees. But they don't know what they will do later, because this is an unbelievable thing. Root group. From this moment on, we'll open up the market of the alien ninja world. In order to make the work more convenient, he didn't explain too much, just need these guys to obey orders. As for the others, wait until they get on the bus, and then let someone explain to them slowly. At this time, hundreds of luxury buses appeared behind them. Danzo looked at the time, then raised his mouth slightly, waved his hand, "Let's go." Although it is necessary to register to enter and exit Konoha, Danzo has already prepared for this moment. Therefore, he simply said a word to the Konoha ninja who was registering at the door, and asked Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd generation Hokage, to come out as a guarantor, and then took out the guarantee that had already been signed with the 4th generation, and everyone sat in the car and started to set off. As expected of the root group's boss who never gave up despite multiple bankruptcies, Shimura Danzo. It's really watertight. However, such a large-scale action still attracted the attention of the ninjas on duty in Konoha. After all, it's not even dawn yet. What on earth is the root group going to do by summoning so many people out for no reason? Especially for the Konoha Guard, as an important force to protect Konoha, how could they not report such a weird and strange scene to their superiors? Although the root group has already given the 3rd Hokage's guarantee and the 4th Hokage's permission to leave the village, the Konoha Guard, which has not received the news from above, must confirm it with the superiors anyway. Soon. Uchiha Fugaku, the sleeping Konoha Guard's chief, also immediately received the news from the Konoha Guard, frowned slightly, and got up from the bed. Although the movement was not big, Mikoto still felt it. Mikoto rubbed her eyes, then opened them and looked at Fugaku in surprise. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, you continue to sleep." Fugaku shook his head and said expressionlessly, "I just need to confirm something." After that, he picked up his phone and walked outside, then directly called the 4th Hokage. After a while, it's still dark, and the root group has left. The 4th Hokage's voice, which seemed to be still asleep, came, Oh, I remember. This is indeed what I signed." Danzo said that it seems that the root group employees need to go in and out on a large scale. It seems to be doing some big business. I didn't expect that they would leave so early. I don't know what they are doing. As he said that, he seemed to think of something and suddenly became much more energetic. There was a hint of surprise in his tone. Could it be that the experiment was successful? "Wait a minute, I'll check the information." Then, while Fugaku was waiting, the sound of keyboard tapping came from the other end of the phone. Soon. The fourth Hokage's serious voice sounded again, yes. It seems to have succeeded. They should be heading to the ninja world. Ninja world? After the call ended, Fugaku's pupils were still constricted, and he murmured to himself in disbelief and melancholy, did it succeed? No wonder the root group suddenly took large-scale action. This is preparation. To take the lead in occupying the ninja world market? Thinking of this, he frowned again, and after a slight hesitation, he picked up the phone and dialed the guy's number. However, after a while, beep. It was hung up. Then he hesitated for a while, thought about it and continued to dial. After a while, beep. It was still hung up. The third time, it was hung up again. The fourth time, it was also hung up. The fifth time, it was still hung up. At this time, Fugaku was also a little impatient. Is this guy a pig? It's been so long and he still hasn't gotten up. The sixth time, finally dialed through. But before Fugaku could speak, there was a roar from the other side. It's not even dawn yet. Who is this? If you disturb my sleep, I'll beat you up. After saying that, he hung up directly. Fugaku looked at the phone in silence, his eyelids slightly raised. This bastard. That's it. How did the Fuya group become so big? 118 The salted fish who lost his dream. On the other side, Danzo didn't know yet someone almost told the Fuya group the news. After leaving the village, the convoy immediately increased its speed and reached the speed limit of the car. If it encountered obstacles, the ninja and its summoned beasts would quickly take action to ensure that the convoy was unimpeded. In addition, most people were resting at this moment, so there were not many cars on the road. The route group convoy set off to its destination unimpeded. At the same time, the warehouse of the route group near the ruins of the ancient kingdom of Lulan also took quick action. After knowing that the passage might be in the kingdom of wind, he immediately arranged for the route group to build a warehouse nearby. After all, the market here has almost reached its limit. No matter what it is, their route group is one step behind the rich group. Although under his efforts, in related fields the route group is closely following after defeating the rich group, there is still one step left. Of course. Overall, it can be said that the route group is still far behind. After all, the rich group is involved in too many industries, and Danzo only wants to defeat the rich group in the familiar field. After success, he will defeat the rich group step by step and create his own route group empire. Although the rich group is a terrible behemoth, Hishimura Danzo has been in business for many years and has never been afraid. Starting from the root barbecue and root milk tea, he has only one goal. Rich group. Sitting in the car, Danzo leaned on the crutches with both hands, staring at the front with a powerful look. That is the road to victory for the root group. And the left arm and the right arm. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito Kato-en also held their breath seriously and stared at the front. Since the goal has been decided, as a ninja they will do their best to rush to the destination. Time passed bit by bit. Soon, the convoy finally arrived at the destination. The truck fleet with the route group logo also arrived and was waiting for their boss, Tuanzong. And Orochimaru, who had been waiting here for a long time, also came up happily, but his smile was a little weird. Although he promised to inform Shimura Danzo as soon as he succeeded, he really didn't expect this guy to come so soon, and he looked so nervous. But the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Even Tobirama Senju's face was full of helplessness. After all, he knew that his three disciples had always wanted to lead the route group to surpass the Fuya group. Of course, this was normal. When he was the Hokage, he also wanted to lead Konoha to surpass other ninja villages. What can he do? This is all fate. I heard that during this period even the Wind Country is almost full of Fuya milk tea. I didn't expect that Danzo-sama would arrive so soon. Orochimaru's smiling face disappeared, he sighed, hesitated for a moment, and said, I think Danzo-sama must have not slept all night. If he doesn't sleep at his age, it's not good for his health. I have some emergency pills here, otherwise I'll give you some for free. Come on. Teachers, take some too, maybe you can use them later. However, Danzo looked at him expressionlessly, snorted coldly, and with pride on his wrinkled face, he rejected Orochimaru's kindness. I don't need this kind of thing, just one night. When we were on a mission outside, it was normal to stay up for a month, let alone one night. Showing the power of the ninja group. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito Kato and beside him also refused with a serious face. Now they are full of energy, why do they need this kind of thing? Seeing that Senju Tobirama was helpless again, he was about to continue persuading. Danzo walked forward and asked all the employees who had arrived to gather. Now. But there is no time to waste. They had roughly explained the purpose of today in the car. Although many people were still confused and shocked by the alien ninja world and had not recovered for the time being, they still quickly executed the order under Danzo's command. After seeing that everyone was ready, he waved his hand and pointed at the strange huge stone door in front of him. There were complex sealing techniques carved around it. The middle was a distorted space, and on the top, it was a reincarnation eye. Danzo took a look and didn't care. He took a deep breath, his face was serious, and he waved his hand, Team 1. Enter. After the words fell. Yes. The first team held their heads high and walked into the stone door. The future of the root group is ahead. Then, team after team stepped in. However, just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to go in, he was suddenly pulled by Senju Tobirama beside him. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was full of confusion, could react. Take it. Senju Tobirama helplessly stuffed a small bottle of something into Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand. First aid pills, he paused, you may need it later. After saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo saw Hiruzen who had not entered yet, and his tone condensed, it's your turn. You know, it's a war now. Even close friends can't drag their feet like this, what if they waste time? Helpless. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only accept it, and quickly led the team into the road. And the last Danzo looked at the stone door in front of him, staring at it tightly. About 10 seconds later, he took another deep breath, tapped the cane he was leaning on lightly, and stepped forward. This step. It was a small step for him, but a big step for the root group. And his plan was about to succeed. The root group. It was the first business group to cross this door. From this moment on, the root group will usher in a new chapter. Just like that. With heavy steps, carrying his own dream, he took a step towards the future door of the root group. And behind him, Orochimaru and Senju Tobirama were looking at the thin but seemingly indomitable back with complicated faces, until he disappeared in front of them. Finally, the two sighed and retracted their gaze. Haven't you been looking forward to it? Why don't you go in? After thinking about it, I'll go in later. Hearing what Senju Tobirama said, Orochimaru smiled and shook his head. I've been waiting for so long, there's no rush now. There will be shadows from various villages coming later. As the director of this project, I can't leave first. What about you, second generation? Humph. It's time to go back and see that idiot brother. I'll go in later. Senju Tobirama snorted coldly, but then looked at the stone door in front of him with complicated eyes, and sighed again, Danzo. These years have not been easy. It's been so long. He also knows the history of the root group. One was wanted, one was deposed for corruption and bribery, and one was investigated for embezzlement of public funds. 3 people founded the root group. And the root group can get to where it is now, it's full of ups and downs. I hope this time they can think more open-mindedly. Don't worry. Orochimaru shrugged. As a OEM for the root group, he was aware of this, so he smiled and said, I have already informed Orochimaru over there. I guess they don't want the first investor to go to the ninja world to disappear just like that. Welcome. Welcome. Warmly welcome. As the 7th generation, they were also looking forward to the arrival of another ninja world. Therefore, they had held a meeting with other ninja villages long ago. Finally, after discussion they were ready to show the style and enthusiasm of their ninja world to another ninja world. So, after receiving the news from another ninja world, they made preparations quickly without any hesitation even though it was late at night here. Of course, because it was too sudden, most people from the ninja villages have not arrived yet. The 7th generation Naruto led the ninjas of Konoha to look at the team coming over. However, this team is a bit big. It is worthy of being another huge business group in the ninja world, the root group. Naruto sighed, then looked at the familiar figure in the team, his eyes couldn't help but turn red, and said with a trembling voice, Chicken sauce, grandfather. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the blonde youth in front of him in surprise. Looks familiar. Really looks like the kid from the 4th Hokage's family. Is this the 7th Hokage that Sasuke mentioned last time? Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be infected, but he still smiled and said, Sorry. I am Sarutobi Hiruzen from another ninja world, but he paused, I believe that I in this ninja world will be proud of you like this. I should be sorry. Naruto smiled foolishly, scratched his head, and swept his eyes over the 3 figures in front of him with complicated eyes. Sure enough, it was the same as Sasuke said. Similar but different people. Especially Shimura Danzo, they really look different. This momentum. That guy hiding in the dark won't have it. Thinking of his own preparations, as the host of another ninja world, he certainly couldn't be rude, and quickly blinked at Boruto. Everyone has come from afar, drink a glass of water and take a rest. The words fell. Danzo, who was in a hurry and was about to say something, had to stop temporarily. After all, the guy in front of him was the 7th Hokage of this ninja world. If he refused, it would be unpleasant, and it would not be conducive to the next actions of the root group. Moreover, he was going to entrust Konoha with some tasks and help. Therefore, drink a cup of tea for the time being and come back later. And seeing his father's eyes, Boruto, who had already prepared, quickly turned around and made arrangements. How could he not understand what these guys like the most after having been in business for quite a while? At the same time, as the president of the milk tea branch of the Fuya group stationed in the other ninja world, he asked his subordinates to make arrangements after receiving a call from another ninja world. Immediately pulled over Sarada and Mitsuki, who were still excited, and hurried down to bring up the prepared things. It was summer now. It was time to drink cold drinks. After a while, 3 people came up with a big box, and immediately handed a cup to Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other 2 in front. Please enjoy. This is specially prepared by us. Thank you. Sarutobi Hiruzen also happily took the milk tea. He was quite familiar with this thing, and he didn't look at it for a long time. He just picked up the straw and poked it down. After taking a sip, he frowned slightly and muttered to himself, This taste-wee, is it a little familiar? Said. The 3 of them seemed to understand something, and suddenly had a bad premonition in their hearts. They suddenly lowered their heads and looked at the milk tea cup in their hands. That familiar cup and familiar words. Isn't this Tien's Fuyu milk tea? X3. Where did Fuyu milk tea come from here? Is there also an Uchiha Fuyu in the ninja world here? Or, this was actually purchased in their ninja world? Just as the words fell. Hee hee. Naruto smiled embarrassedly, this is what we specially prepared. Boruto said that you all like this. We have something in our hearts that we don't know whether to say or not. The 3 of them immediately looked at each other, and finally, Danzo trembled all over, and even the crutches he was leaning on trembled, with a hesitant and expectant tone. Where did this Fuyu milk tea come from? Oh, this is the Fuyu in your side created here. I heard it's called Oh. Right, it was founded by Sasuke's clansman, Uchiha Fuyu. Naruto looked at the three people who became serious for no reason in confusion. Could it be? Is he too excited to see the familiar milk tea prepared here? I really like it. Immediately continued to say happily, it is also very popular here. Is it really this guy? Danzo leaned on the crutch with trembling left hand, and covered his chest with trembling right hand. There was fear and a hint of hope in his tone, looking at the 7th generation Naruto in front of him. Then how many stores has he opened now? Please tell me, he paused. 1, or how many? 1? Of course not. Fuyu milk tea has been open for nearly half a year, and now it is almost all over the land of fire, and even several stores have been opened in the land of wind. Naruto frowned, and while calculating, he said, let me calculate, plus the ones that are about to open, there are about 100. He didn't finish his words. Looking at Danzo, who suddenly straightened up and fell backwards, his face suddenly showed a panic expression. Ya, what's wrong with you? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mitaman beside him also noticed Danzo falling backwards, and hurriedly supported him nervously from behind. Danzo, you. He didn't finish his words. Just heard. It's over. It's over. Danzo covered his chest with his right hand, and held the crutches tightly with his left hand. He lay straight on the hands of Hiruzen and En, with numbness on his face and his eyes staring at the blue sky. The light full of fighting spirit just now. It's gone. It's like a salted fish that has lost its dream. Dim. Standing straight. It's over. Everything is over. After the words fell, he tilted his head. The cane in his hand also fell directly to the ground. Danzo. X2. 119 too excited. On the other side, the sun was shining. Fuyu, who had just gotten up, stretched himself comfortably. I slept so comfortably last night. Of course, except for those calls that disturbed my sleep. I had hung up several times, but he still didn't give up and called me. Didn't he know that calling in the middle of the night to disturb someone's sleep is a big sin? Hey? It's Fugaku calling. Fuyu looked at the call record on his phone in surprise. But it's not even dawn yet. Why did Fugaku call him at this time? Could there be something else happening in the middle of the night? Thinking of this, Fuyu frowned immediately and called quickly. However, beep. The call was hung up directly. Didn't it get through? Why did it hang up? Could it be that the person holding the phone now is not Fugaku? Fugaku's heart skipped a beat, and without any hesitation, he quickly called again. And this time, he was not hung up again, and the call was quickly connected. He quickly said, Fugaku, what happened? Then, nothing. A calm voice. Then, beep beep beep. Before Fugaku could continue to ask, the call was hung up again. What's going on? If nothing happened, why did you call him so many times? Is he bored? And Fugaku's tone feels weird, like a little angry. Why is he angry for no reason? But at this time, Fuyu was relieved. At least it didn't seem like a big deal. Otherwise, it's been so long. If there was something wrong, someone would have notified him to go to the Uchiha clan to collect the bodies. Has Fuyu recovered? Ling Yin smiled at Fuyu, then frowned, pondered for a moment, and said, I received news from Fuyu Group this morning. The Root Group had a large number of employees leaving the village before dawn this morning, almost hundreds of buses. I heard that even Chimura Danzo, the third Hokage, and Mito Kato-en were out. Do you need someone to investigate? Before dawn again? Fuyu was slightly surprised when he heard Ling Yin's words. It was indeed a bit strange. It was still dark. Why did the group leader take so many employees out of the village? Could it be team building? Or? Fuyue raised his eyelids and seemed to think of something, and was surprised for a moment. Could it be successful? Just as the words fell. Just when Ling Yian and Hua Hua were wondering what success was. Suddenly. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang. Little ding dang, little ling dang. Long time no see. Ha ha ha! A familiar blonde boy stood at the door, with an excited smile, and said excitedly, I didn't expect that I could really come back. I heard that the game has been successful. Is my room still there? Great! I can play games again. As he was about to leave his friends behind and run upstairs, he was caught by Hua Hua's sister. Successful? Hanabi also looked at Burrito with some excitement, and said excitedly, damn it! How dare they not tell us earlier? And you, explain the situation to me now. Helpless. Burrito could only lower his head in frustration, stopped his steps, and said, Mom and the others only found out now. It seems that they finally succeeded late last night. It's really too late, so, everyone, I haven't notified my family yet, but because I'm a little familiar with this place, my dad took me there to entertain the people who came here. When we came, my mom and grandpa asked me to tell you that they are waiting for you to go home. Sister Hanabi was slightly stunned, and her eyes suddenly lit up, looking at the two kids who were eating breakfast. Let's go. Little Belle, little Doraemon, we're going there too. Don't worry. Let's go after we finish eating. Suzune on the side smiled helplessly, looking at the two people who also came over and were a little restrained. You must be Sarada, Mitsuki, and Kawaki. The words fell. The three of them nodded quickly and said, Fuyue Mr. For various reasons, Sarada still felt that she shouldn't call him uncle. It's easy to get into trouble. Continued, Teacher Hanabi, Suzune auntie? The relationship is so complicated that they don't know how to address each other. However, Fuyue sighed, looked at Sarada with satisfaction, and nodded, actually, uncle still wants to hear you call me uncle. Then he looked outside the door and said expectantly, where's your father? Why didn't he come this time? X4. Dad. Sarada looked weird, and didn't know what to say. Finally, after hesitating for a while, she said, after hearing that he could come, Dad left before dawn, as if he was going to investigate the Kara organization. This guy is still so serious. Since you've succeeded, put your work aside and come to show uncle. Fuyue smiled and shook his head, then pondered again, thinking of the actions of the root group. It seems Danzo and the others really went to another ninja world early in the morning. That group of guys is really something. Hanabi raised her fist angrily. It succeeded, but they only told that Danzo, and didn't notify us earlier. So, Fugaku called before dawn should be preparing to tell him about this? Fugaku smiled awkwardly, but decided not to say it out loud. At this time, Burrito, who was already a little impatient and wanted to play games quickly, said, Danzo? We did see him in the morning. He was the first to go there with a bunch of people, but because he was too old and didn't get enough rest, it seemed that he stayed up late, so he had a heart twitch not long after arriving and fainted directly. Okay, I came here specially to play. Before he finished speaking. But his voice gradually became smaller, looking at the three people in front of him who suddenly stared at him, he hesitated, do you have anything else to ask? It doesn't matter if you play games later. After the words fell. X3. The three people were still silent. Then they looked at each other, and then looked at Burrito together. Burrito was startled and asked carefully, Excuse me, is there anything else you want to ask? Danzo fainted? Oh, this. Hearing Mr. Rich's words, Burrito scratched his head, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, Yes. Not long after arriving there, he fainted before he even drank the milk tea. He is now hospitalized in the Konoha medical department over there. It seems that he is too tired, and he can't calm down because of the sudden happiness. His blood pressure soared, causing heart twitching. What a sin! The three of them shook their heads with emotion. The news that the president of the root group, Shimura Danzo, fainted suddenly due to being too excited to calm down after going to another ninja world was still reported back not long after. The president really doesn't even care about his life for making money. But the other ninja world is right there. Why are you in such a hurry? Can't you have a good sleep and go again? It's not just the first person who arrived. Only then can we do business. Of course. After receiving the news of success, the 5 major ninja villages were also full of excitement and excitement. It's just that because the group leader was in front, they took it as a warning and kept reminding themselves and their subordinates who were going to another ninja world not to be too excited, and not to be too excited about what happened in another ninja world, and to treat it with a normal mind. Otherwise, if the time comes, it will be like the group leader of the root group, and it will be embarrassing to faint from excitement. Must be calm. Calm. Must let another ninja world saw the spirit of their ninja world. At this moment, thanks to the emergency pill that the second Hokage secretly gave to Sarutobi Hiruzen at that time, Danzo received timely treatment. Now he is out of danger and is lying on the hospital bed. At this moment, Danzo seems to have woken up, slowly opened his eyes, and stared at the ceiling expressionlessly. It's just that eyes. The pair of eyes full of light in the morning, now just left. Numbness and dullness. Just like that. Foolish. 120 nose. On the side, looking at his best friend who had woken up, Sarutobi Hiruzen was both emotional and a little melancholy. He led thousands of employees and hundreds of millions of goods with high spirits, ready to do a big job, but maybe this is fate. Just like the root organization back then, as long as it faces the wealthy group, it seems to be at the mercy of fate. No matter what in the end, it will only fail. Fate has long been determined. It's just that. Looking at that old friend with bright eyes, bright face, and great ambitions. Now he is lying on the hospital bed, staring at the ceiling with numb eyes, as if he has lost his dream. Sarutobi Hiruzen is still full of worries. At this time, just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was struggling on how to enlighten his old friend, Danzo, who was originally motionless on the hospital bed, suddenly said expressionlessly, "What is the current situation of the root group?" "Don't worry. Yan is watching." Hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen was relieved and said quickly, "Everyone is doing as you originally arranged. Don't worry, the Fuya group just let someone secretly open a store here earlier. Now our root group is here." He looked at Danzo with energy. The only way to do it next is to speed up. We can definitely catch up with the root group, or even surpass it. However, after the words fell, the friend who used to be full of energy and confidence in the face of such a huge monster as the Fuya group, leaning on a cane and waving his hand, was always full of confidence in the face of the Fuya group. At this time, but he smiled bitterly and shook his head. "There is no hope," he said calmly, "with the capital of the rich group, as long as they can come to this ninja world, all the funds will be allocated, and they will be able to quickly occupy the market of each ninja village. It doesn't matter. It's just one chance. We have gone bankrupt so many times, when have we ever given up?" Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, "There will definitely be opportunities in the future." With a comforting tone, "Now the most important thing for you is to take care of yourself, don't think about other things. I have asked Tsunade here to come and take a look later, and when we go back, we will ask the other side. Tsunade, I will definitely heal you. As for the root group, Yan and I will take care of it. You don't have to worry about it." As he said, he raised his fist. "You said the root group went bankrupt for so many years, but it can still stand up and become stronger and stronger, because it never gives up. Let's not give up this time. You are right. But now Danzo looked at Hiruzen, who came to cheer him up this time, and nodded with a smile. Let me rest for a while, and I'll leave it to you and Yan next. Then you have a good rest, I'm leaving first, said. Hiruzen didn't disturb Danzo, and turned around and left. After the door was closed, the smile on Danzo's face disappeared. Holding his chest, he sat up with difficulty, looking at the sunlight shining in from outside through the window beside him. Just watching quietly. It seemed that his heart had calmed down. About a moment later, with a long sigh, his eyes became dull and numb again, and he muttered to himself, or let's just forget it. On the other side, Hiruzen, who walked out of the ward, also sighed with melancholy. As a close friend of Danzo, they have experienced so many ups and downs together, how could he not know him? That smile just now was just fake. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked out of the hospital, took out his pipe, took a deep puff, then his eyes condensed, put down his inner worries, and muttered to himself with a serious expression, he is Danzo. Danzo who never gives up. Even if he fails this time, I believe that he will regain confidence again like the previous bankruptcies, and lead the root group to catch up with and surpass the rich group. So, give him some time. Now, leave it to me and Yan first. You can take a rest, Danzo. Next, let him and Yan continue to implement the policy of conquering the alien ninja world formulated by Danzo. Let this ninja world know. The root group is here. Is this the other ninja world? After learning from Boruto that he had succeeded, Fuyu, at the urging of Hanabi, brought his family to the Wind Country in the other ninja world. It's not bad. It's similar to the other side. It's basically a desert. However, as soon as he came, he saw the tent of the root group and the supplies piled in the tent. It seems that Danzo did bring the employees of the root group to open up a new market this morning. However, a little accident happened at the beginning. Really? What a twist of fate! However, Fuyu hesitated for a moment and touched his chin. Later, let's go see Danzo. The words fell. X2. Suzune and Hanabi looked at Fuyu speechlessly. Why do you think Danzo had a heart attack for no reason? They also knew that Danzo had always wanted to surpass Fuyu group. Therefore, facing this ninja world that is at the same starting line as the Fuyu group, how could Danzo give up? Result. People came here with great ambitions, but they drank a cup of Fuyu milk tea. Just thinking about it makes me desperate. Forget it. Don't think about this. Hanabi happily picked up Doraemon and Little Bell, looking at the familiar scenery in front of her. She passed by here at that time. Then, come to another ninja world. I didn't expect that I could come back. Let's go. Doraemon. Little Bell. Let's go see where my mother lives. After saying that, she couldn't wait any longer and strode forward. She hadn't been back for a long time. She really couldn't wait to go back. And Ling Yian on the side, her face looked a little tangled and helpless. After all, this is another ninja world, a ninja world where she has died. To be honest, she is still a little embarrassed to come here. You know, in another ninja world, Hayashi and Hayashi are alive and well. After pondering for a while, he said helplessly, forget it. I'd better stay here first. It's just in time to arrange the work of the Fuyu group here. It seems I'll be busy again during this period. I must find an assistant to help in some time. As he said, he blinked his eyes and looked at Fuyu with interest. Fuyu, what about you? After the words fell. Ha ha ha! Fuyu also laughed, looking at the front curiously, and said, I'd better go find my second nephew. I heard that the Kara organization here is making trouble again. This time I will definitely help my nephew solve all these. Just right. The promise at that time. It should be fulfilled. With emotion, he still owes me an uncle. As for Konoha, let's go later. And next, a new market. I believe he can also upgrade this time. At the same time, many people in the ninja world also knew about the other ninja world. This included 9527 who was lurking in the room of the new base of Konoha, Little Ding Dang. After knowing that Little Ding Dang was going to another ninja world and seeing the three ninjas coming from the other ninja world, he had to believe it now. It was too incredible. But it was all true. Therefore, without any hesitation, Little White Man dialed the phone directly and said in a low voice, "Hello? Tell Black Zetsu, I found a big secret. Where is my sword? Other ninja world?" After receiving the message from 9527, Black Zetsu was shocked and blinked in disbelief, that is to say the guy with the broken arm actually came from another ninja world. No wonder he couldn't find any information about the guy with the broken arm and the blonde boy, just like Ching Kong appeared. No wonder they seemed to know their plan very well. As a conspirator who has been hiding for so many years, Black Zetsu seems to have thought of something in his mind. Perhaps there is also a guy named Black Zetsu in another ninja world, and there is another mother, and even that Black Zetsu may have done everything he was going to do, so these guys are so familiar with them. However, perhaps he in another ninja world failed in the end, so the guy with a broken arm was able to survive and was so familiar with White Zetsu, and even waved to kill White Zetsu as long as he saw him? At this moment, it seemed that the answer popped up in his mind, but for the things of another ninja world, no matter what, we must pay attention to it and investigate it as soon as possible, and at the same time, we also have to make some money. During this period, I bought a helmet and recharged money. The landlord's surplus food is almost eaten up. You know, this is what he has saved up for so many years, but he didn't expect that it was not spent by the idiots of White Zetsu, and now almost all of it has been recharged into the game by him. But this is all to protect my mother. It's worth it. After unremitting efforts, they are now able to compete with the hunting camp. Even with the power of their mother, those stupid humans are no longer their opponents. However, if they meet Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, it will still be dangerous. Those two are quite strong. So, we must continue to recharge. Black Zetsu quickly analyzed the situation in his mind and prepared to make a plan to secretly send some White Zetsu to another ninja world to investigate intelligence and see if there are any other ways to make money. Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu. It's bad. The mission is coming. The mission is coming. I'm coming. Black Zetsu looked at the White Zetsu who was shouting in front of him, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy to see your mother appear?" "It's not this. It's..." "What? Uchiha Madara actually joined our camp this time. That's the Shura of the ninja world. Boy, you don't even know. Is he a new player? You should know that the Shura of the ninja world is one of the strongest in the heavenly ranking, and he is also an idol of the common people. His actual strength is quite powerful. He once successfully cleared the level by himself by playing Otsutsuki Momoshiki. You should know that there are only a few people who can play Otsutsuki Momoshiki alone. So terrifying. X3. I always feel that this ninja world is weird, but I don't know what's weird." Mitsuki, Sarada, and Kawaki looked at the man in red armor not far away with complicated eyes. Just from this red armor, people can already tell that he is a powerful and strong man. But hesitated for a moment. Mitsuki asked with a strange look on his face, could he be the Uchiha legend mentioned in the history of the ninja world? The Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. Of course. It's him. A member of Sasuke and Sarada's clan. A strong man who once established the ninja village with the first generation of Hokage. I have already checked the information on the internet before going online. Boruto looked at him excitedly. I didn't expect to see him so soon. Sure enough, a strong man is a strong man. Even in the game, he is still a terrible strong man. He was able to solo Otsutsuki Momoshiki. As an internal test player, Boruto is quite know how terrifying Otsutsuki Momoshiki is. What a pity. Now you can't play it at will. You can only play it after getting the invitation letter from Otsutsuki. Uchiha Madara. After hearing Boruto's explanation, Sarada became even more curious. Why does his equipment glow? It looks very different. Did he charge money? No. Although that equipment is legendary, it is not obtained by charging money. Boruto, a veteran player, frowned slightly. According to the information I collected, to be able to emit this dazzling red light, the equipment must have been plus 12. This is not something that can be done with money. You have to be very lucky. And he paused. Ninja Shura is a hard-working player. Some people have found that Ninja Shura seems to hate charging money very much. As for the reason, I don't know. At this point, he waved his hand and said excitedly, "Let's go. Let's do some missions. This is a mission without set requirements." I didn't expect that Mr. Fuyu actually made Kaguya Otsutsuki, the mother of Chakra, into a boss. I don't know if it's the real Kaguya Otsutsuki or a fake one. It seems that we are in the same group with Uchiha Madara next. Let the great god take us flying. This time back. He must have a good time. And there are old partners, I haven't seen them for so long, I don't know how they are now. How about sending a message later to arrange an offline meeting? Here. Boruto has led his friends to get familiar with the ninja world here. On the other side, Hanabi, who has returned home after a long absence, is also very happy to look at the familiar home in front of her. The Hyuga clan's land. Although the Hyuga clan's lands on both sides are very similar, this is the world she has always lived in. Hurry up and take the two children in, and when they reach the courtyard, they immediately shout loudly, "I'm back." As soon as the words fell, da-da-da, a sound of footsteps. Sister Hanabi. Long time no see, Sunflower. Hanabi pinched Sunflower, who ran over happily, then smiled and pulled the two shy children over, saying, "This is Doraemon and Little Belle." Uzumaki Sunflower was stunned, then looked at the two soft and cute little loli behind Aunt Hanabi's feet, blinked her eyes, "Dinger? Little Belle. So cute. Sunflower sister." Although this place is very familiar, the two little kids also know that this is not the place over there, so they seem a little embarrassed, shrinking their little heads and saying hello to the little sister in front of them. At this time, a woman with white eyes and an old man with white eyes walked out from behind Sunflower. When Hanabi saw them, she rushed over and said happily, "Sister. And Dad. I'm back. It's good to be back." Hinata hugged Hanabi with red eyes. "At that time we thought you..." The words were not finished yet. "Humph. You, girl, actually managed to run to another ninja world." Hayashi, who was standing aside with a cold face, snorted coldly, "You know, you are now the patriarch of the Hyuga clan. What if something unexpected happens? You know, at that time, everyone thought she had an accident." As a father, he was also very heartbroken. As he spoke, he seemed to remember something, veins popped out around his eyes, and he glanced around and frowned slightly. "Where is the man who kidnapped my daughter? Where did he run to? He wouldn't even dare to come to my father-in-law." Humph! He had been preparing for a long time. Just waiting for him to taste his Bagua 361 style. "Ha ha ha, you said Rich. He's a little busy. After all, I heard that a lot of things seem to have happened here, so he has gone to help." Hanabi stuck out her tongue and smiled embarrassedly, "Come back later." "Didn't come." Hinata Hayashi was slightly stunned, sighed with some regret in his heart, and then looked at the two little girls in front of him with white eyes. His wrinkled face suddenly showed a chrysanthemum-like smile. He ran over happily, picked them up directly, and then rubbed his face against them. "Is this my granddaughter?" So cute. Call Grandpa. Hanabi, Mom. Ding Dang and Xialing Dang were so scared that their faces were full of tension. Twisting around, but couldn't twist out. But the two little Lolita also felt that the old grandfather in front of them was a little familiar. It's just that. It seems that he is a little older. After hesitating for a while, the two little Lolita whispered. Grandpa, Grandpa. Grandpa, Uncle. After the words fell. Haiga Hayashi was slightly stunned, scratched Xiao Lingling's nose, and showed a happy expression on his face. What a cute little girl. Then he said seriously, you should call me Grandpa. How did you teach me, Hanabi? How come I don't even know how to call a child? This Hanabi, who was standing next to him, walked over with a strange look on her face, hesitated for a moment, and said, Xiao Lingling is not wrong. Things are a bit complicated. Hanabi thought about it, and she couldn't hide it for long anyway, so she came over and explained in a low voice, because Lingling's mother is. After that. After a while. Looking at the shocked face in front of him, and then his face turned black, blue, and white, he asked carefully, Dad, are you okay? After the words fell. Old man. Old man. Haiga Hayashi stood up directly, and said with a ferocious face, where is my knife? Where is the knife? Is 122 so dark? Is this another ninja world? The sixth generation Kakashi came with excitement and expectation, looking at this ninja world that was a little familiar and a little unfamiliar. Originally, he planned to let Boruto, who had been here before, take him around, but when he received the news, the boy had already run away with his friends, so he could only push Kai in a wheelchair alone. After all, Kai was also very curious about the other ninja world, and he said that his youth was back. After thinking about it, he could only push him along. There were two purposes for coming here this time. See him, Rin and Obito in this world. Then. By the way, see if he can buy the new work of Jiraiya in this ninja world. Boruto said that the novels written by Jiraiya in this ninja world are quite popular, and many masterpieces are different from his ninja world. Therefore, thinking of this, Kakashi was full of expectations. So, before coming, he arranged things very fully. This time, I am traveling to another ninja world. Although they seem to be very tense now, Naruto and Sasuke have also gone out, but after so many days of hard work, what's wrong with him, as the sixth generation, relaxing a little? Kakashi, carrying a travel bag, looked at the desert in front of him. This place is indeed very similar to the Wind Country in his ninja world, but it is a little different. For example, there is a huge iron tower not far away. That should be the signal base station that Boruto mentioned. Thinking of this, Kakashi took out a small book from his pocket, which contained all the strategies he had compiled for the ninja world. It seems that I have to buy a mobile phone later. If Boruto is right, we can also go to the internet cafe to investigate information. He glanced at it and narrowed his eyes slightly. It's really exciting. I can already feel the breath of youth. Might Guy in the wheelchair also screamed, I believe that I am working hard here to shed the sweat of youth. Then next let's take the high-speed rail to Konoha. I heard that it is something similar to the Thunder Car. As soon as the words fell. Bounty Hunter Travel Agency. Take you to appreciate the scenery and food of the ninja world, so that you don't miss any beauty. Suddenly, a blonde young man walked up to him and handed him something like a flyer with a smile. As long as you want to go, there is nothing we don't know. As a bounty hunter travel agency, we have traveled all over the ninja world. Now we also have professional shuttle buses and comfortable services. You can sleep comfortably in the car. Even if you want to watch fireworks, we can help you set them off anytime and anywhere. The price is fair and the service is considerate, giving you the feeling of being at home. Do you want to know more, sir? As he said, he looked at the two people in front of him who were staring at him in surprise, and waved his hand. "Sir? What's wrong? This guy? What does it mean that he doesn't look at the flyer or walk away, but keeps staring at him?" The young man hesitated for a moment and shook his head slightly. "Sorry, although I know I am handsome, we don't provide that kind of service." Just as the words fell, "Diodara!" Kakashi and Might Guy quickly retreated, looked at him vigilantly, and said seriously, "I didn't expect that you are still alive." Diodara looked at him in confusion. "What does it mean? He is not alive. Could it be that he is dead? That is not right. How could he be dead? Hey, I am just a tour guide to make some money, why are you cursing someone dead?" Diodara at this time, Kakashi and Kai also reacted. This is Diodara from another ninja world, not his ninja world. Similar ninja world, but different ninja world. Looking at the unhappy Diodara in front of him, he quickly apologized and said, "Sorry. We have the wrong person." As he said that, he took the flyer with a complicated look in his eyes, and his heart was suddenly filled with emotion. Could it be that the Akatsuki of this ninja world has started to be a tour guide? Then he looked up at the tour guide Diodara in front of him and pondered slightly. If someone brings it with him it would be much more convenient. Diodara was a little unhappy when he heard the curse to his death, but now he saw that the guy in front of him seemed to be a little moved, and his inner unhappiness disappeared immediately, and he quickly said happily, "How is it? No one here is more affordable than our bounty hunter travel agency, and now as long as you sign up, we also provide food, accommodation, and transportation." After all, the old guy Kakuzu said the customers are all six-path sages. Before he pays, the service should be better. After the words fell, Kakashi pondered again. He was quite familiar with Diodara's words. After all, this was a former opponent, but the Diodara he was familiar with was the Diodara on his side. As for the Diodara here, he didn't know what happened, but he thought the strength should be about the same. "And I heard from Boruto that this ninja world is still quite safe. Even Orochimaru opened a black line processing factory and no one directly pushed it. As long as you are careful, it should be fine." Compared to someone he doesn't know, as a ninja, Kakashi would feel a little more relaxed when it comes to someone he knows, even if that person might be an enemy. And he glanced at the price on the flyer. It was clearly marked, and the price seemed reasonable. It's quite affordable. After hesitating for a moment, he was about to nod. "Kakashi! You're here too?" A familiar voice came. Hearing the voice calling him, Kakashi and Kai's faces suddenly showed excitement. They suddenly turned their heads and looked at the silly boy who was walking over with a smile and joy. Uchiha Obito. Former best friend. Unexpectedly. I see him now. Kakashi's eyes suddenly turned red, and his lips trembled as he said, "Obito, Obito. It's me. What's wrong? I haven't seen you for a long time. I'm a little excited." Obito looked at Kakashi, who was staring at him with a melancholy face, especially the how to say it. The weird eyes made him tremble uncontrollably. "What's wrong with you? Forget it. I won't say it anymore." Then he lowered his head and looked at Might Guy in the wheelchair. His face suddenly smiled. "Kai, your leg, did you break it while delivering food?" As he said that, he looked at Kakashi and then at Guy. The face that looked a little older than him surprised Obito again. "Why do you look a little strange?" No, could it be that you, with a suspicious tone, are Kakashi and Guy from another ninja world?" After saying that, as expected of Obito, "I just realized it now. But it's no wonder. Just now, they almost misunderstood Diodara here." Kakashi looked at Obito in a complicated way, and after a while, he recovered and nodded lightly. "Obito from another ninja world. Hello. It's the Kakashi from another ninja world." Obito came up happily when he heard it, and said excitedly, "I was planning to go back to Konoha first, and then go to the other side in a few days. I didn't expect that Kakashi and you guys came first. At this point, he turned his head and looked around in confusion. Where is the me from another ninja world? Haven't you come yet? By the way, how is the me from another ninja world doing? I must have become a respected Hokage. Kakashi's eyelids jumped and he opened his mouth. All of a sudden he didn't know what to say. Could it be that the you from another ninja world killed Minato teacher, killed Kushina-sama, killed the wife of the third Hokage, killed many people, and also set off the fourth ninja world war, preparing to create a ninja world with Rin? I don't know if Obito from this ninja world will collapse if I say this. Just when he was struggling, Deidara, who was waiting for business, was also a little impatient and said quickly, "How about it? Do you still want to order the service? You know, our bounty hunter travel agency is very popular. If you are slow, it will be snatched away by others." After the words fell, Kakashi also came back to his senses and nodded quickly, "Order. Order. Please." Just about to take out his wallet. "Wait a minute." Obito stopped him directly, turned his head, frowned slightly and looked at Deidara, "Bounty Hunter Travel Agency. Yet. What's wrong? You want to order services too? We are professional." "Professional?" Obito pursed his lips and looked at Deidara, who raised his head proudly, "Don't joke. Bounty Hunter Travel Agency is all black. Others have posted it online. They increase the price halfway, and let people get off the bus if they don't pay. They also induce the elderly to consume and force them to consume. At the same time, the so-called free meals make customers eat unpalatable military ration pills. Now they dare to solicit customers here. X3. Damn it! Who posted it?" Deidara cursed angrily, "I told the old guy not to drill his eyes into the money hole, okay? Now his reputation is ruined. What customers are you still soliciting?" said. Without any hesitation, he turned around and ran away cursing. "Now I guess this order is gone. Only left." Kakashi and Might Guy looked at the departing Deidara with their worldviews completely ruined. This Akatsuki of the ninja world. Is it so evil? 123 Happy travel. Kakuzu, who was sitting in the driver's seat of the minibus with his legs crossed, lowered his head and looked at Deidara, who was walking up. "You're back," then looked behind him, and saw nothing. His face suddenly became gloomy, and frowned slightly. "Why are you the only one? What's wrong? It's been so long, and you can't get a customer? You're a waste." Deidara rolled his eyes, as if he was used to it. Shrugged, walked up directly, then sat down, poured himself a glass of cold water, and after taking a few gulps, he looked at Uncle Kakuzu with resentment. "It's all your fault. Too evil. The guests we received before are now scolding us on the internet. When others heard that we were a bounty hunter travel agency, they ran away directly. How to say? Their service is actually quite good. After all, they make money. As ninjas, isn't it natural for others to work hard when they pay them? 99% of what is written on the flyer is correct. As long as it is promised, they will do it. What can I do?" Kakuzu is not only greedy but also stingy. When he sees that someone has money, he always wants to empty their wallet before letting them go. And he will cut corners on the agreed projects. So, finally, it has become like this now. Of course, their service is not bad. At least they will definitely do what they promised. Apart from wanting to empty people's wallets, Kakuzu will definitely work wholeheartedly as long as he gets the money. Therefore, except for the bad reputation, there is no other problem. Now the internet says that you have to leave some for people when you cut leeks. In this way, you can cut again next year after cutting one crop. Deidara sighed with emotion and lay directly on the chair. "You are so good. You even dug up the roots. Not leaving any. Didn't you say that you would treat customers as the Six Paths Sage?" In the end, you didn't even let go of the Six-Path Sage's underwear. Is this decent? I guess in a few days, you won't be able to attract any customers from the other ninja world. After the words fell. Humph. Kakuzu's face turned green and white and snorted coldly. But it's really his fault. Blame him. When he saw someone's wallet was bulging, he couldn't help but want to empty it. This has been his habit for many years. Always can't control himself. This is why they come here to attract customers, just thinking another person in the ninja world may not know them, and can cheat them a few times. Unexpectedly. This time, there was an accident. Just thinking of another ninja world, he was filled with excitement. After all, that was a great way to make money. We couldn't attract any customers here, and we had to rely on people from another ninja world to make money. Speaking of which, another ninja world. I don't know what it would be like. He was actually quite curious. It's just that he hadn't gone there yet for the sake of making money. And now, after thinking about it, Kakuzu gritted his teeth. Let's go to another ninja world. I don't believe that everyone can recognize me there. On the other side. At this time, Kakashi and Might Dai also came back to their senses from Deidara's black-hearted tour guide incident. Under the leadership of Obito, a group of people took the Fuyu high-speed railway to Konoha. Not to mention, although this Fuyu high-speed railway is very similar to the Thunder Car, it is much faster than the Thunder Car, and it is quite stable on the car. Even in the desert, there is still no bumpy feeling. Along the way, he observed the scenery of the ninja world and collected information about it. This included the Akatsuki organization. Although Sasuke and Boruto seemed to have been here, for some reason, they only said a few words about the Akatsuki organization after returning. Perhaps they thought it was another matter of the ninja world and it was not important to them. But to be honest, seeing that the explosion artist of the Akatsuki organization was now a black-hearted tour guide, he was quite curious about the Akatsuki organization here. Akatsuki organization. Obito, who kept asking the 6th generation Kakashi about another ninja world, was stunned when he heard Kakashi's question, and then frowned. That bounty hunter travel agency? No. They are not members of the Akatsuki organization. Where did you hear that they are members of the Akatsuki organization? I know the Akatsuki organization well. I heard that it is a public welfare organization in the Land of Rain. What's the matter? Why are you so concerned about this? I was just curious at first, but now I am really curious. Kakashi's mouth twitched, and he suddenly didn't know how to speak. This Akatsuki organization. It seemed, it was indeed a public welfare organization of the Rain country. If he said that, Obito was not wrong. As for Akatsuki organization, you can check a lot of things on the internet, you can check it yourself when the time comes. But this bounty hunter travel agency, it doesn't have a good reputation. Obito touched his chin and continued, I heard that they used to do assassination business, assassinating everywhere in exchange for bounties. It seems to be much better in recent years. Because of the ninja, the 5 major ninja villages secretly agreed that as long as they don't make trouble in the past few years, they will not continue to pursue the past things, so they didn't mess around anymore, but their reputation has always been not very good. He shook his head and looked at Kakashi curiously. Are you curious about them? That Deidara was also very famous in the ninja world when he was young. Quite famous. Kakashi frowned slightly, and raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he finally heard a familiar piece of information. That's right. Deidara was indeed very famous when he was young. Because of his special secret technique and being the disciple of the 3rd Tsuchikage, he was a well-known genius in the ninja world at that time, but after a few years, this guy defected, seemingly to pursue some art. But there is no doubt. Deidara's strength is quite powerful. At a young age, he has become an S-rank defector of the Uegakure ninja village. That is to say, it is indeed as Boruto and Sasuke said, there should be some similar history or things here. After a pause, he said, "Did he leave the village in the past?" The words have not been finished. This middle school boy seemed to have lost his temper and ran away from the village because the third Suchikage did not charge him 648. He was so angry that the third Suchikage kept complaining on the internet, which made everyone laugh. What an internet addict! At this point, Obito looked at Kakashi in confusion. "Hey, what did you want to say just now?" "Nothing." "What it was?" "It doesn't matter now." Kakashi rolled his dead fish eyes, looked at the wind shadow outside the window expressionlessly, and said calmly, "This is a really good ninja world. Why would an outsider like him ask so many questions about another ninja world? Right. He's not here to travel happily? Why ask so many questions?" At this time, Obito stopped talking about these messy things, looked out the window, and shouted excitedly, "We're here! We're in Konoha! Let's go! I'll take you to see Kakashi here later. I believe that guy will be very surprised." After saying that, Kakashi also came back to his senses from his melancholy, looked at the excited Obito in front of him, and then looked out the window, looking at the scenery that kept passing by the window. Finally, "Have we arrived? Another Konoha in the ninja world. It's really exciting. 124 is not like this. This is another Konoha in the ninja world. The familiar gate of Konoha, the familiar streets, and somewhat different Hokage rock." Under the leadership of Obito in another Konoha, Kakashi pushed Might Guy to have a good look around Konoha here. How to say it? Although this is Konoha, it can be regarded as the former Konoha, but it gives them a feeling they have never had before. Or to say, this is indeed another ninja world. A different ninja world. Here, they ate fish soup made from salamanders shipped from the salamander factory in the land of rain, watched the movie shot by the Root Group, heard about the mahjong competition between the first Hokage and the Shura of the ninja world, and even bought a exquisite doll produced by the Four-Tail factory. All kinds of strange things shocked them deeply. Even Might Guy heard that the father of this ninja world and himself used delivery to exercise, and he immediately said that this is youth. I wish I could stand upside down and deliver food to compete for the title of the new god of delivery. Of course, there are some strange things here, but most of them are about the high-level officials of Konoha. As a cricket of the 6th generation, Kakashi thinks he should not delve into it. He and Guy are just here for tourism. As for the rest, let the current 7th generation deal with it. Afterwards, I successfully bought the new work by the great writer of the ninja world, Jiraiya-sama. The story of a boy from another world rising up. It's really exciting. I also bought a mobile phone, got an internet connection, added contacts, and learned how to surf the internet. Strange scenery, interesting stories, and different experiences. This is another ninja world. In just one day, they couldn't even get familiar with Konoha, let alone this ninja world. As long as I have this phone, can I also deliver food? Might Guy fiddled with his phone, expectantly saying, "Challenge yourself. Compete with father. This is a competition full of youth. It is a youth that even a lame leg cannot stop. Don't dream." Obito looked at Might Guy, who was exactly the same as this side, speechlessly. "Delivering food is not that easy, especially now that your leg is still lame. I guess you can't pass the online review." At this point, he sighed, raised his head, and looked at the sky with complicated eyes. "Do you know the Shura in the ninja world? Uchiha Madara." That's right. Even his first day of delivering food received more than 9 levels of negative reviews. You can imagine how difficult it is. Youth is never afraid of challenges. Kakashi ignored the passionate Kai. However, when he heard the familiar name, even his 3 views that were severely damaged just now, his eyes looked a little complicated at this moment. Do you know who Uchiha Madara is? Although he was deceived back then, there is no doubt that he was a hero who dared to declare war on the entire ninja world alone. I didn't expect it. Now here he is delivering food. It seems that even for a strong man like Uchiha Madara, it is not easy to make money in this ninja world. Of course, it depends on Uchiha Madara's strength. I think, if it weren't for Senior Dai, it might not take long for Uchiha Madara to become the so-called new food delivery god. Just when Kakashi was sighing in his heart, Obito sighed. In the end, he was banned after delivering food for a morning. He never delivered food again. Now I heard that he just delivers express from time to time and does odd jobs. I don't know if I should say something. Kakashi's mouth twitched, and for a moment he didn't know whether he should sigh or not. After hesitating for a while, he asked again, "What about the first generation? I heard that the first generation was resurrected later. Is he also delivering food with Uchiha Madara now?" "Of course. If that's the case." Hitaki Kakashi, the 6th generation Hokage of the hetero ninja world. I don't think it's strange. After all, it's the first generation and Uchiha Madara. Delivering food together isn't strange. As for the first generation, life is not bad. Obito frowned slightly, thought for a while, and said, "At the beginning, because of the black-hearted processing factory incident and Tsunade-sama's sale of property, life was not good, but last year I heard that the last house was also expropriated by the village, and received a huge subsidy. From then on, he lived a life of a demolished household. Compared with Madara-sama now he can recharge 648 whenever he wants." What's wrong? No. It's just very good. Kakashi nodded with complicated eyes. Very good. Really? Very good. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. If you are curious, you can also check it out on the internet yourself. These are basically all there. Although I feel Kakashi in front of him was a bit strange, but Obito didn't care about it. He said cheerfully, "I'll take you to the Hokage Rock to watch car racing tonight. It's quite exciting. Now let's go first." He didn't finish his words. Suddenly, "Obito, you're back." A gentle voice came. Kakashi and Kai were stunned for a moment, especially Kakashi. The familiar voice made him look in the direction of the voice. Suddenly, in front of him, the familiar figure came into his eyes, making his heart tremble slightly. She, still so gentle. She, still likes to laugh so much. The memories of the past seemed to flood into his heart again. Kakashi opened his lips, looked at the curious woman who came over, and said with some trembling, "Lin. I didn't expect that we could meet again." "Hey? Are Kakashi and Kai here too?" Lin looked at Kakashi and Kai, especially when she saw Kai sitting in a wheelchair. Her face suddenly panicked. "Kai, what's wrong with your foot? Did you break it while running takeout?" Just after she finished speaking, Kakashi's excitement instantly subsided a lot, and he looked at Lin in front of him with a complicated look. "That's right. This is Lin in this ninja world. Here. There are Kakashi and Obito in this ninja world. Kakashi, what's wrong with you?" Lin waved her hand at Kakashi in front of her in confusion. "Why are you looking at me? Is Lin here? I was just about to go find you." Obito seemed very happy. Seeing that the Kakashi here didn't seem to recognize that he was not the Kakashi here, he immediately said happily, "You can't recognize it either. This Kakashi is not the Kakashi here." "Hey!" Seeing the confused Lin, Obito scratched his head, not knowing how to explain. "It's from another ninja world. Oh. I don't know how to say it." "Hello." Kakashi smiled slightly and looked at Lin in front of him. "I am Kakashi from another ninja world." "Another ninja world?" Lin looked at Kakashi in surprise, was slightly stunned, and then blinked her eyes. "There really is another ninja world?" Obito looked at Lin in confusion. "Hey? You already know. I've heard of it." It seems that many seniors in the village are talking about it. There is a passage leading to another ninja world in the Wind Country. I thought it was just a rumor. Unexpectedly, it is true. Lin smiled helplessly, and then looked at Kakashi curiously. Hello. Kakashi from another ninja world. I am Lin from this side. Then she frowned slightly. In that case, doesn't the other ninja world also have another me? How about the other me? It's really curious. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Obito seemed to remember something, staring at Kakashi, and me. And me. Another me. How is it? Why don't you come? Have you become a Hokage, so you don't have time to come? Just as the words fell, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Kakashi and Kai looked at each other in front of them, and for a moment they didn't know whether they should say it or not. However, this also made Lin discover something. After a moment of hesitation, she smiled again. It seems has the other me already sacrificed? Is that so? Lin sighed with some disappointment and didn't know how to describe it. Then she looked at Kakashi, who also lowered his head. This familiar scene made her seem to guess something. The sacrifice of the other me was related to Kakashi. It seems that they in the other ninja world were also partners with deep ties. Thinking of this, Lin looked at Kakashi tenderly and said softly, "Don't be sad. Believe that the other me definitely doesn't want to see you sad, Kakashi." Kakashi raised his head and looked at Lin in front of him. That Lin in the past seemed to really appear in front of him. He opened his mouth tremblingly. "Thank you. Thank you for what? Although I am very angry that you didn't protect Lin. But we are partners. You must have tried your best." Obito beside him also smiled and patted Kakashi, then frowned slightly and touched his chin. "No wonder you don't want to say it. It seems that I have also sacrificed. Could it be that I didn't become Hokage in the end? In the end I sacrificed to protect Konoha." Sacrificed? That's pretty good too. No. Isn't that right? He was killed while on a mission. No. Isn't that right? Obito was slightly stunned. After a while, he seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Kakashi and said with complacency, "I have actually become the Hokage, and later I sacrificed on the battlefield to protect my partners." No. What on earth is that? This is not the case. That is not the case either. Obito scratched his head and complained unhappily, "It's impossible that I betrayed Konoha in the end, and then was killed by Konoha." As soon as these words fell, Kakashi and Kai in front of him fell silent again. Then, Obito and Lin also fell silent. The atmosphere seemed particularly awkward. Is that right? I don't know how long it took. How is this possible? How could I become a traitor? Obito looked at Kakashi in disbelief and said exaggeratedly, "I want to become a man who is a Hokage. How could you become a traitor and die at the hands of your friends? You must be lying to me, Kakashi. You did not die at the hands of your friends." "That's what I said, how could I? In the end, you died at the hands of Kaguya Otsutsuki, the mother of Chakra. Then what about the betrayal?" Cave-in. 404 not found. 404 not found. Open Resti. 125 Don T Dream. At the same time, on the other side, the Senju Tobirama, who had also returned, was looking at the new home speechlessly. Originally, he thought that there would be an ancestral house left in the Senju clan's land, but he didn't expect that it was gone in the end. Of course, he was just a little melancholy in his heart, not too sad. Anyway, he and his elder brother had already died, but he just wanted to keep some memories at the beginning. But since his elder brother chose to sell it in the end, then sell it. As long as he and his elder brother are there, it is the clan land of the Senju clan. It's not bad to exchange the last house for some money. At least, There is a difference there. In less than half a year, he didn't hear this idiot brother asking for living expenses, which made him feel relieved. Especially now. The debt has been paid off, and he doesn't have to worry about anything else. Without the huge debt, it will not be difficult for him to make money with his ability. However, after he left, did his idiot brother keep ordering takeout? Senju Tobirama looked at the messy fast food boxes in the living room with a black face. It hadn't been cleaned for a long time. As soon as he opened the door, a disgusting stench rushed in front of him, almost making him vomit. With a bang, he stepped on a cockroach that dared to hang around his feet. Then he rolled up his sleeves and shouted, "Idiot brother! You idiot, come out quickly!" The words fell. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 10 seconds passed, and his idiot elder brother still didn't come out. Senju Tobirama's face became darker and darker. Without thinking any more, he turned around and walked towards the room on the second floor. When the first room was opened, he saw the idiot elder brother wearing a helmet and lying on the bed. With a burst of anger in his heart, he rushed over without any hesitation and grabbed Senju Hashirama's collar. "You guy!" Before he finished speaking. Looking at the elder brother's face, which seemed to have not been cleaned for a long time and was full of beards, he raised his eyelids again. This elder brother wouldn't he have been eating takeout and playing games in this house since he left? This guy. Sure enough, accidents are easy to happen if you don't watch him for a moment. Without hesitation, he turned off the helmet instantly according to the method he knew. After a while. "Hey, hey, hey!" Senju Hashirama made a surprised sound, and kept shaking his body. "Why is the screen black? And I seem to be grabbed? Who is grabbing my neck? I can't see anything, is it broken? I grabbed it. Hey? I seem to hear Tobirama's voice. Yes. It's me." As soon as these words fell, Senju Hashirama felt his eyes brighten, as if the game helmet was taken off by someone. No. It should be said that it was indeed taken off. Looking at Tobirama, who was staring at him with a smile in front of him, Senju Hashirama was stunned for a moment, then blinked his eyes, looking at him with disbelief. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy to see me back?" Senju Tobirama still said with a smile, "It seems that you have had a good life during this period, brother." "No." Senju Hashirama shuddered uncontrollably, smacked his lips and said quickly, "I'm just so happy to see you back." "Really so happy?" I didn't react for a while. "Tell me. What's going on in the living room? I was just about to clean up." "You idiot, have you been ordering takeout since I left?" "No, sometimes I go out to eat." Senju Hashirama smiled awkwardly and said carefully, "Tobirama, you're finally back. You must be hungry. How about we celebrate? Let me tell you, there's a new restaurant that's very delicious recently. I'll place an order for you now. Get lost." Senju Tobirama looked at his big brother's playful smile and roared, "I was worried about how you were doing. But now it seems that you're doing well. After all, ha ha ha." Hashirama laughed quickly, "I'm already an adult." "Adult? Adults stay at home all day ordering takeout and playing games? I think you're already a useless person." "Sorry. I was wrong." Seeing that Tobirama was really angry this time, Senju Hashirama quickly bowed his head and admitted his mistake, saying, "I'll clean it up right now." "Really?" He raised his little fist angrily, "If it weren't for Madara, that guy who has been..." He didn't finish his words. "Ha ha ha. Hashirama. I killed you." The door suddenly opened again. An arrogant smile came, "Sure enough, this time it was me." Speaking of this, it seemed that he also noticed something wrong inside the door, raised his head, and looked at the gloomy figure holding Hashirama's collar in surprise. Senju Tobirama. He's back. Ban was slightly stunned, then frowned and pondered for a while. This situation. It seems that something is wrong. Although he was very unhappy with this conspirator, he felt that he should not interfere in the current matter. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Excuse me. I have to deliver the express all night today." However, the same words were not finished. "Stop right there." Senju Tobirama turned his head and stared at Madara with a gloomy face. "Stupid Uchiha Madara." You guy. Looking at Senju Tobirama, who suddenly turned around and caught him, Madara frowned again, with an unhappy expression on his face, and said in a concentrated voice, "You want me to kill you?" Madara. Tobirama just. "Shut up. X2. Hee. Kill me." Senju Tobirama snorted disdainfully, and then stared at Madara. "Tell you, even if you kill me, no one can leave today." "Ridiculous. I'm leaving. Do you think you can stop me?" I said. "No one can leave today." Senju Tobirama interrupted him directly, and said angrily, "If you two idiots don't clean the house today, no one is allowed to leave." Madara raised his eyelids, and then said blankly, "Just this." He thought this guy was going to kill him. Result. Just this? It's just that. A cricket, Tobirama Senju, wants to force Uchiha Madara to clean the house? Don't dream. With a disdainful smile, he held his head high and crushed Tobirama Senju with the terrifying Shura aura of the ninja world. "I'm telling you. Even if I, Uchiha Madara, die with you." The words haven't been finished yet. Hashirama jumped up and covered his mouth, then smiled at Tobirama. "Let's clean." "Clean? Don't joke." Hashirama. "I, Uchiha Madara, will clean. Really clean. Don't listen to Madara. We really clean. Clean now." Hashirama covered Madara, who wanted to speak again, then smiled at Tobirama. "I'll talk to him for a while." Then, he pulled Madara out of the door, lowered his voice, and whispered, "Please, Madara. Just clean this time. I'll help you recharge 648. Ridiculous. I, Uchiha Madara, never recharge when playing games." Then Hashirama gritted his teeth. "I lose this time. Are you humiliating me? Ban, look at the pillar, thousands of hands. What do you do?" Blossom, you stunned, looked at the serious spots in front of him, hesitated, and lowered his voice again. "Are you not charging? Thousands of hands, do you want me to clean up with Uchiha? Even if I die woohoo I. A promise." The time was fleeting. After the two ninja worlds were successfully connected, the two ninja worlds officially began to communicate. At the same time, in order to open up new markets, the merchant groups of various ninja villages entered the alien ninja world one after another, preparing to conquer the alien ninja world market. Among them, the Root Group took the initiative. While the others were still preparing, the Root Group, led by its boss, Shimura Danzo, took the lead in rushing into the alien ninja world. But for some reason, compared to the aggressive momentum at the beginning, a few days later, the Root Group began to slowly close the front line, without the momentum of swallowing up the ninja world as it had just entered the alien ninja world. On the contrary, the Rich Group, after entering the alien ninja world second, relying on its strong financial resources, frantically occupied the market of the alien ninja world, as if it didn't need money, constantly spending money, doing loss-making business, and instantly left behind the Root Group that originally occupied the advantage. So, what's the matter? What's the matter with the Root Group? If it just wanted to drink soup, why was the Root Group so fierce at the beginning? It was as if they were going to fight to the death with the Rich Group. This is really... It makes many business groups confused. 126 will not give up on you. At this time, it has been a month since the two ninja worlds were connected. Although it is the end of summer, it is still very hot. Of course. In the past 2 months, the exchanges between the two ninja worlds have been very pleasant. Each has gained something. Especially on the side of the different ninja world. With the help of another ninja world, a terrorist organization that has been entangled with the different ninja world for a long time was instantly eliminated. The different ninja world has once again restored a peaceful life. Today, the sun is still bright. This is the Shimura family in the current ninja world. After Shimura Danzo recovered almost completely, he returned to his home here alone and quietly. No one said anything. Even his left and right arms, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix, did not say anything. Just one person returned quietly. At this time, the summer is hot. The courtyard is overgrown with weeds. From time to time, a breeze blew past, blowing away a little bit of the heat on my body. Sarutobi Hiruzen of the village family silently looked at Danzo, who was sitting quietly on the corridor, closing his eyes and enjoying the wind, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's really unlike him. Danzo. You know, Danzo in the past would not be like now, sitting by the courtyard every day, enjoying the wind and sun quietly, doing nothing. He has always been full of fighting spirit. In order to defeat the rich group, even if there is only one chance, he has never relaxed. I didn't expect it. Now he has given up the huge market of the alien ninja world and the plan he had worked hard to make, and even didn't inform him and Midaman Yan. He was discharged from the hospital alone and returned to the ninja world here alone. If the employees here hadn't informed them in time, it is estimated that he and Yan would have thought that Danzo had committed suicide because of discouragement. It's really scary. Of course. Now the alien ninja world has also changed its original plan. After all, the original plan was to spend money, rely on the number of people and time, and quickly open branches, advertise well, and open up the market before the rich group came. What can we do? Man proposes, God disposes. That wealthy group had already opened a branch in the ninja world, and had done a good job of publicity. Before they came, they had almost occupied the markets of both the fire country and the wind country. High. It was really high. They had already asked someone to open a branch before they even arrived. Isn't he worried about failing in the end? Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say anything about it. After all, it was a business competition between the two sides and he was just not as skilled as the other party. He and Yan were used to it. After all, this was not the first time. It could even be said this time was already good. Think about the previous times. Either closed down, went bankrupt, or ran away. Now, the root group also occupied a lot of markets in the ninja world. It's just that. It's a little different from what I thought at the beginning. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't go up to disturb Danzo, who was blowing the wind. He sighed, shook his head, took out his pipe, took a puff slowly, and then looked at Danzo, who was still motionless. If I hadn't been able to feel that my best friend was still alive, I would have had to cry and help him prepare the banquet this time. Looking at that figure, I haven't seen him for many days. He has lost a lot of weight, his temperament has calmed down, and his original persistence has disappeared. It's like he has seen through the world and doesn't care about anything. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little emotional and melancholy. Although he had planned to let Danzo have a good rest at the beginning and not to fight too much with the rich group, they are old and there is really no need. But he really didn't expect that the medicine this time would be so strong. It made Danzo a little discouraged. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a pipe, not knowing whether he should speak now and tell Danzo that he was here. Hiruzen, you are here. But his best friend Danzo spoke first. He slowly opened his eyes, turned his head, and smiled at Hiruzen. I smelled the smoke and knew you were here. Where's Yan? Is he still there? Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned when he saw Danzo talking to him calmly as if he were a kind old man. Then his heart trembled. This is not Danzo. This is not Danzo at all. You know. His best friend. Shimura Danzo. There was light in his eyes. He led them to create the root group, and never gave up even in the face of any difficulties. Hiruzen hesitated for a moment, and quickly showed a cheerful look on his face. There are still some things to deal with over there, so Yan stayed there temporarily to watch. Let me tell you. Because of your plan, our root group. However, the words were not finished yet. All right. Let's not talk about this anymore. Danzo waved his hand with a smile, interrupting Hiruzen's words. I don't care about this anymore, you're right. We are already old, why are we fighting? We still have to fight. Let those young people know 3 of us are still young. What are you talking about? Old is old. What do you mean by young? Danzo shook his head, as if he had no feelings towards Hiruzen's words, and said softly, during this period of time I have realized it. What's the point of fighting? This is just an obsession in my heart. Because I have failed too many times. I always thought that I could defeat the rich group. Now I think it through, it's fine. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his lips, looked at the still calm Danzo, his eyes suddenly turned red. What are you talking about? It's just a failure. It's not like we haven't failed before. Don't scare me. You said no matter how many times we fail, we will never give up. Old. Old. I don't want to think so much now. Danzo smiled at Hiruzen, don't get excited. Isn't this great? As he said, the smile on his face became stronger. By the way, I heard that your son Asuma has a friend who is the abbot of the fire temple? I plan to practice there in a while. Can Asuma help me ask? You are going to practice at the fire temple. I've seen it. You are not really going to see through the world. Hiruzen was so scared that he trembled, and the cigarette in his hand almost fell off. He looked at Danzo anxiously. Danzo. We are still young. We have not lost yet. Yan and I will always help you. Don't. Okay. Danzo shook his head, interrupted him, and said with a smile. Don't persuade me anymore. I'll leave it to you. You and Yan of the root group are very relieved to see me, don't worry about me. After saying that, he pondered for a moment, stood up, turned around. Sorry. I'm old. I'm a little tired. I'm going to rest first. Danzo, you. Sorry to bother you. Hey. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo, who walked into the room, and knew that he didn't want to say anything to him anymore. Finally, he sighed, turned around, and walked out disappointedly. This is not like you at all. Danzo Shimura of the root group. After saying that, he walked away with a desolate back, step by step heavily. But I didn't know at this time. Danzo behind him stopped, turned his head, and looked at Hiruzen's back in silence. However, the tightly clenched right fist indicated that his heart was not as calm as it was now. Until Hiruzen's back disappeared. He sighed with melancholy, turned his head back, and continued to walk inside, muttering to himself with a wry smile, no hope. No hope. The last hope failed. What should he do? On the other side, Hiruzen, who walked out of the door, did not leave immediately. He also stopped and turned his head to look at the door behind him. Just watched quietly. I don't know how long it took. The originally lost eyes revealed a trace of determination, clenched his fists, and said seriously, no matter what. As a close friend, I will not watch you go down like this. You must not give up so easily. That's not Danzo at all. Danzo was not like this before. His eyes. There is light. As if he thought of something, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly turned his head and looked ahead. There must be a way. A new opportunity. A new opportunity to restore Danzo's fighting spirit. He muttered to himself for a few words, as if he remembered something, with a tangled look on his face. Finally, he sighed helplessly and shook his head. Forget it. Forget it. I'll give up my face and ask him in person. At this time, Fuyu, who added a few more bosses to the game, looked at Suzuki with disappointment. How can you lie to your uncle? Get away. Have you forgotten everything you said? Nephew. Is Uchiha like this? You don't keep your word. Fuyu looked at Suzuki, who ran away in a hurry with disappointment, shook his head, and then looked at Naruto in front of him happily. Hey, Naruto nephew. Sure enough. This guy is just like what Suzuki said. He has a bad personality. Naruto waved his hand with a smile, shook his head helplessly, and hesitated for a moment. Uncle Fuyu. Hey. So good. Much better than my second nephew. Whatever. Just take it as a thank you for what he has done for this ninja world. Naruto smiled bitterly, thought about it, and prepared to follow Sasuke's example and leave quickly, but when he was about to turn around and run away, he seemed to remember something, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he quickly turned around to look at Fuyu, and said with a smile, by the way. My father-in-law asked me to tell you go to his house when you have time. And your Lord Hayashi seems to have come to the Hyuga clan here, and is waiting for you with my father-in-law now. After saying that, before Fuyu could speak, he turned around and even turned on the fairy fox mode and rushed forward. Hey hey! Wait a minute! Wait a minute! Help me tell you that I am not free, the ninja world over there still needs me. However, at this time, Naruto's nephew had disappeared from the spot. Fuyu looked ahead speechlessly, then sighed with emotion, raised his eyelids, just to Hayashi. Before he finished speaking, suddenly he was slightly stunned and blinked his eyes. Hey, has it been upgraded? The words fell. The eyes seemed to sense something, suddenly they emitted a burst of heat, and automatically spun wildly. Ask for leave. Suddenly I don't know how to enter the next plot. I was originally going to continue to talk about other people, but I talked about Baiju for 3,000 words, and found that it was too watery. After thinking about it, I decided to forget it. I will update before 11 p.m. The computer is here, and I will change the update time. By the way, I will organize the plot. At this point there seems to be nothing left to write about the plot, and it's time to finish it. It is expected to be finished next month, just in time to start a new book after the new year. I am also struggling with the new book, and I don't have any good inspiration or a good beginning. This book has been written for more than half a year. From the 1,700 words that were put on the shelves at the beginning since the pre-order started, the price has been decreasing. It can be regarded as the peak when it was put on the shelves. I was very sad at that time, and I was a little hesitant in my heart whether to continue writing, but there was really nothing I wanted to write, so I just gritted my teeth and continued writing. Although I wrote and stopped, I felt it was okay. Sometimes I laughed while writing. The next plot give the group a chance. In another world, I originally wanted to write Demon Slayer or Kill Eyes, but after thinking about it, I decided to write One Piece. This part of the plot should be written faster. Of course, if I encounter force majeure, it may be a little slower. I hope everyone will support me in the end and watch the group finish the final plot. We also need nucleic acid during this period. We queued for an hour and a half today. I guess I will continue the day after tomorrow. It's almost the end of the year, I hope it will disappear as soon as possible. Think about this virus, it's been a few years, why hasn't it ended yet? I hope the epidemic will end next year, and I also want to travel around. I don't even dare to go back to my hometown during the new year, it's not bad to think about it. After all, since graduation, I am now afraid to go back to my hometown. I encountered a lot of things this year, and even my computer is gone. I still hope that everything will go smoothly in the coming year. Finally, sleep. Sleep. Go to bed early. 127 Go back. How many years have passed? I got married, had children, and the ninja world was peaceful. And he. Finally, relying on his hard training, he successfully opened the Mangekyo. Fuyuta felt a sense of emotion in his heart. As an Uchiha time traveler, he just opened the Mangekyo now, and he felt a little ashamed. Shame. He quickly looked at the system carefully. Under the invasion of the Fuyuta group, most of the maps of the alien ninja world are now covered with Fuyuta group's small red dots. Densely packed. It seems that it is not easy to upgrade this time. If he had not occupied the market crazily at all costs, he would not have been able to upgrade so quickly. Of course, if he continues to upgrade like this. If he can find a new market, he may be upgraded to the new god of Otsutsuki, and he doesn't need to plant trees at all. Of course. Now he is very satisfied. The Otsutsuki clan. There is not a single one who can fight. What else do you want? A bicycle? Now that the Mangekyo is open, it means that he can finally drive the full-body Susanoo. You know, when he saw Fugaku's armed Susanoo racing, he was also very greedy. Thinking of this, Fuyuta was ready to try it in his heart, to see what his Susanoo was like first. Will it be handsome to drive the armed Susanoo? Immediately, according to the information brought by his Mangekyo, his eyes widened. Chakras surged wildly. In the blink of an eye. When the pale golden light was about to emerge from his body and depict a huge light and shadow. Suddenly, the phone rang. Fuyuta was slightly surprised, took out his phone and glanced at it. Because of the large-scale construction of the Fuyuta group, signal towers have basically been built in the 5 major ninja villages in the past month. Therefore, the signal can be received here. Even cross-world communication is possible. After all, this is a special feature created by the system, which is similar to the phone in the milk tea shop. If I had known that this would work, I would have asked Burrito to build a signal tower first. After seeing that it was Ling Yan's call, Fuyuta didn't think much about it and quickly answered the call, "Hello." However, after a while, he put away his phone with a complicated expression, then sighed, shook his head, and muttered to himself, "What hatred! What resentment!" The Hyuga clan on both sides were looking for him, and sent all the senior ninjas to guard the 2 gates, waiting for him to show up and prepare to invite him to visit the Hyuga clan here. Fuyuta doubted in his heart that if he really went to Japan, would the 2 Hyuga clan leaders shout loudly, and then hundreds of axemen would rush out from all around to chop him to death? So, after thinking about it, he felt that he should not show up in the next few days. After all, the 2 clan leaders probably chatted and are now furious. It's all his fault. I just want to give them a warm home when they are homeless. Let's wait a few days before going. Shaking his head, he also retracted the golden chakra on his body. Feeling that there seemed to be many ninjas approaching, he quickly mobilized his abilities and muttered to himself, "I'm just in time." After the words fell, a door appeared in front of him. Making money, able to open trade routes in one's own industry and transport any materials. Making money, open up new ways to make money. It is indeed the system of I am a rich man. The opened kaleidoscopes are all related to making money. At first, Fuyuta thought that his ability was roughly conquering people with money or something like that. After all, the ultimate illusion he created at that time, slap you in the face with money, was something that even the Rinnegan could not avoid. Without any hesitation, when the ninjas around were about to approach, he quickly walked into the door. At this time, the Hyuga clan. After seeing Uchiha Sasuke and the 7th generation coming back, the 2 Hayashi clan leaders knew that everything was resolved and that Guy had nothing else to do. What else is there to say? Quickly dismiss the ordinary clan members around, and send all the ninjas in the clan out to block any exit. Fortunately, the 2 ninja worlds can only rely on the gate of the Wind Country to communicate with each other, so if that guy wants to leave, he must go through that gate. Therefore, no doubt, go and invite the son-in-law of the Hyuga clan here. Even Hyuga Hayashi, who has a good relationship with Fuyu, came here. Although he felt a little sad after knowing that he and his son had sacrificed, he realized that the mysterious Hyuga clan ninja he had always been suspicious of, Hyuga Hanabi, was actually the youngest daughter of the eldest brother here. No doubt. As an uncle, he donated without hesitation 1,000 detonating tags. That Uchiha Fuyu. Scumbag. Not a good match, as the old enemy of Uchiha, the Hyuga clan. They have never heard of such an Uchiha in all these years. Big Hayashi glanced at the time, with a confident smile on his face. I have sent all the Hyuga clan leaders to guard the 2 world gates, and also sent ninjas to the location mentioned by the 7th generation invite. Please. Gritting his teeth, he said ferociously, come here. I also sent people to watch over there. The slightly younger Hayashi said lightly, I believe it will not be so easy for that guy to run away. I also arranged hundreds of axemen. Detonating talismans are also posted around. Hayashi nodded and said expressionlessly, when the time comes, the cup will be smashed as a signal. When the cup falls, everyone will rush in. It has been agreed as long as they are not beaten to death. Of course, it would be a bit difficult to deal with that guy relying on this group of jonin alone. After all, he is a strong man who is even the opponent of the Otsutsuki clan. I really can't figure it out. Fuyu had already quit ninja when he was young, how come he became so powerful after becoming a businessman? The 3 people just folded their hands, looked ahead with cold faces and expressionless faces. All around, the Hyuga clan members who saw the clan leader's expression were a little panicked. Even Xiao Lingdang and Xiao Dingdang were so scared that they dared not say much at this time, and huddled in the arms of Huahuo's mother, which made Huahuo quite helpless. If it weren't for her sister dragging her, she would have wanted to take the children back. Of course, as for whether there would be danger, she was not worried. Time passed little by little, and about an hour passed. Just when everyone was getting more and more impatient. Why haven't they received any news yet? When they were about to call to ask, the phone finally rang. The 3 looked at each other, their mouths slightly raised, with a sneer, and finally, after the chief of the great Hayashi clan took a deep breath, he immediately answered the call, with a cold tone, bring the people over. After the words fell, there was a silence on the other side. Then, after a while, the voice on the other side seemed to be a little panicked and helpless, Patriarch. The person ran away. Ran away? X3. You just ran away like this, aren't you worried that the people over there will bring people to kill you? Don't worry. They can't catch me. Fuyu, who came out of Fuyu milk tea in Konoha, immediately saw Minato, who was relaxing and drinking milk tea in the store. That's right. Minato was really tired during the communication between the 2 ninja worlds during this period. So, I guess he came here to relax today. Just happened to meet and drink a cup of milk tea together. Minato, please. You can't do that. You're probably going to get beaten up. Minato said gloatingly, I heard that the Hyuga clan leader even went to the rain country and spent a lot of money to entrust Uzumaki Nagato to help. Ridiculous. I'm Nagato's brother, how could Nagato help them? Fuyu just finished his disdainful words, and the phone rang again. Looking at the caller on the screen, he was slightly stunned. Hello, what does Nagato want to talk to me about? That I'm in Konoha in the alien ninja world, and I want you to help me with something. Before he finished speaking, Fuyu's face turned green, and he quickly said I'm busy, and then hung up without hesitation. Ha ha ha! Minato, who also heard it, laughed suddenly, and when he saw Fuyu's unhappy eyes, he stopped quickly, as if he remembered something, and frowned slightly. By the way, the 3rd generation seems to have something to ask you recently. 128 Ambition is not extinguished. After drinking a cup of milk tea with Minato, Fuyu left. After returning home, looking at this very clean house in surprise. Who cleaned it? Even the tree at the door was watered. You know, he didn't arrange anyone to clean the house. But after thinking about it, Burrito and the others came to play games some time ago. Maybe they cleaned it before leaving? What a group of well-behaved children. If you count them, I should be considered their great uncle. After the Chinese New Year, I must give them a big red envelope. I will give it in front of Sasuke and Naruto. And Nagato. I will make a movie in a few days. The days I carried rice. Stretching his waist, he was about to lie down and continue to see his new ability. Ding dong! Ding dong! The doorbell rang. Fuyu was surprised for a moment, walked over directly, opened the door, and when he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen at the door, he was also stunned for a moment. Although Minato said that Sarutobi Hiruzen came to see him, he didn't expect that he would be so anxious. He just came back and he was here. The third Hokage. Anyway, I bought calligraphy from him back then. It's still hanging in the milk tea shop. The two sides have a good relationship. The feelings are deep. Well, actually, it seems that he bought calligraphy from the three bosses of the root group back then. Of course. Now these are not important, what's more important is what the third Hokage is doing now. So, Fuyu still stepped aside and said enthusiastically, "Third Hokage, please come in." At the same time, this is the Shimura family. After Hiruzen left a few days ago, Danzo still lived a retired life of basking in the sun, appreciating flowers and watching the moon, and never asked about the business of the root group again. All over his body the ambitions of the past seemed to have disappeared. Although the root group he founded it when it was still a small studio, the root organization, he had been trying to make it bigger and stronger. He never gave up even when Orochimaru failed after spending a lot of money on research. He never gave up even when he was forced to leave the ninja village by debt collectors. He never gave up even when his store was smashed some time ago. Until it became the current root group. But now, he really wanted to give up. After all, there was no future. His dream. Broken. It was already broken. Even his heart was broken. Who could know what he felt when he took the first step into the world of ninjas and held a rich milk tea in his hand? This. It's better not to say it. The money he earned now was enough for him to live a rich life. Since his dream was broken, why should he work hard? Danzo sat cross-legged on the corridor, looking at the flowers and grass in the courtyard. Although he felt regretful, he gave up now. During this period of time, he had never asked about the root group, nor had he left this door. He just sat there quietly. I didn't think about anything, and I didn't know anything. I had a brief chat with Master Dlu, the head of the Fire Temple, on the internet a few days ago. At first, he said he wanted to go to the Fire Temple to practice, but was rejected, thinking that he was too busy with worldly things and shouldn't go to the temple to practice. But later, he said that he could watch the grass and trees and the sunset without moving, and his mind was calm and not chaotic. Master Dlu said that this was a state of concentration and wisdom, and he was very welcome to practice there. When the time comes, he will definitely teach him personally, and also told him that he would invest 100 million to repair the fire temple. It will take a few days to find all the workers before the construction can start, so he told him not to worry. Sure enough, he has realized it. Danzo sat expressionlessly. At this time, just when he was about to fall asleep, cough cough, his heart was about to experience all kinds of things in the world. Danzo. Danzo. My best friend is here again. He ran in hurriedly. Danzo opened his eyes unhappily, but after thinking that he had already understood non-contention, he looked calmly at Sarutobi Hiruzen who ran in. However, Hiruzen was sweating profusely at this time, waving his hands excitedly, as if he had encountered something good. Calm down. Calm down. Danzo said expressionlessly, Hiruzen. You should be like me. Learn to be calm, we are old. Don't fight for everything, it's easy to have a myocardial infarction. After the words fell, Sarutobi Hiruzen helplessly looked at Danzo, who had become indifferent to the world in front of him, and sighed, "Why don't you ask me what good news is? This time it's really good news. You will be excited when you hear it. My heart has long been calm. I can even give up the root group, what else can make me excited? No need to say. No need to say." Danzo didn't care at all, and shook his head, "If there is nothing, leave. Don't disturb my practice." "No, Danzo. Listen to me. It's really good news. Don't say it. Don't say it. I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it. I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen." Danzo. Hiruzen. The two looked at each other, and at this moment they seemed to have returned to the feeling of the past. The ambitious Danzo with bright eyes who would still stick to his decision when encountering disagreements. But after a while, "I don't care about these anymore." Danzo regained his composure, turned around, looked ahead, and said lightly, "If there is anything, you and Yan can handle it." "No. This is not you. Danzo." Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of his cigarette, and then looked at Danzo seriously, "Yan and I can give up. But you absolutely can't give up. The root group can come this far. You have never given up despite so many disasters, so let us not give up. You encouraged us and led us to this point, how can you say you give up now?" Danzo. "I understand. If you don't let go, how can you be at peace? Quiet ass. Shut up. Listen to me." Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Danzo without hesitation, then took a deep breath, remembered the news he got from Uchiha Fuyu, and said seriously, "We haven't lost yet. We still have a chance." "Oh? What's the matter? Did you find a new ninja world?" "No. Not really." Seeing that Danzo seemed a little curious, Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly said, "We found a new world. A huge new world. Really? It's a very huge world, a world that even Fuya group can't swallow. As long as our root group can." The words were not finished. Danzo suddenly trembled all over, turned his head abruptly, and his originally calm expression disappeared instantly. He widened his eyes and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with disbelief. "Are you telling the truth?" "Yes. There are countless countries there. Of course, these are all what Fuyu said. It seems to be discovered by his new ability of the Mangekyo. As for the others, he is not very clear." But seeing that Danzo seemed to have recovered a little, Sarutobi Hiruzen was relieved and said quickly, "Come back. Let's fight the Fuya group again in the new world. This old man. Come back. The root group needs you." Sarutobi Hiruzen, without giving Danzo a chance to speak, he stared at him affectionately, "Yan and I need you too. Lead us to conquer the new world. Danzo." He raised his voice and roared, "Have you forgotten your dream?" Danzo looked at his best friend who was looking at him expectantly, and his chest couldn't help but straighten up. His originally calm temperament disappeared instantly, and his eyes. That light? That light! The confident light seemed to appear again. "It's me who was confused." The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a confident smile, "I actually thought about escaping, and made you worried." At this point, he waved his right hand, and under Sarutobi Hiruzen's excited eyes, he shouted loudly, "Here comes the stick." The words fell. A gust of wind blew, and suddenly the stick was placed on the table, and the golden dragon stick that had not been used for a few days flew into Danzo's hand instantly. Da sound, a light knock. Danzo glared with anger, and was about to say something. Suddenly, the phone rang. He answered the call without even looking up, and said calmly, "Hello. Master Danzo. It was Master Dai Lo who asked me to contact you." The fire temple has been arranged, and Master Dai Lo has given you a Dharma name. Because you said that you have achieved tranquility and no longer fight for the throne, it suits your state of mind, so I gave you the Dharma name Enlightenment, and now the fire temple can start construction. May I ask about your 100 million? He didn't finish his words. I'm not old yet. I still have great ambitions in my heart, and there are still people looking forward to it. How can I give up everything to practice? Say sorry to Master Dai Lo and me. At this point, the other party seemed stunned, but before the other party could say anything, Danzo hung up the phone directly. Then he took a deep breath, turned his head and looked at Hiruzen, who was smiling on the side, with the momentum of the root group, the general, and shouted loudly, "Let Yan return immediately after the market in the alien ninja world stabilizes." After a slight pause, his eyes looked forward, as if looking at the distant other side. The corner of his mouth curled up again, and he tapped the cane in his hand lightly. "Prepare the new world conquest plan." He is Shimura Danzo, the founder of the root group. How can he give up so easily?